Good morning and welcome. It's Thursday's action with the Online Darts Live League brought to you by MODUS Sports. We have two fresh faces to start our action on Thursday in Adrian Gray and Diogo Portela of Brazil. And they will join Fallon, Sherrock and three players who took part in Group A who failed to make the top half. Hence why they are still playing in the morning session. Wherever you're joining us from, via your favourite bookmaker site or via the Online Darts YouTube channel, we welcome you to the next 15 matches. We hope you can join us for all of that. But we have the Conqueror against Brazilian here. It should be a fascinating game to start us off today. Best of 7 legs throughout all of the games we have for you up until around about 2 o'clock British time. Adrian Gray will throw first in this one. And the only person in today's field who was making his MODUS Live League debut. Not a bad start. Portela of Brazil did play in last year's Live League with differing success.
They score. There's no score.
We may just have a small technical issue. We'll have a look at that and please bear with us. Welcome back. Sorry about that small interlude that we had just there. But maybe it helped the Brazilians just to gather his thoughts at the start of this one as he equalises the 140 start of Adrian Gray. Like I was saying, Adrian Gray did not take part in the MODUS Live League last year because he was a tour card holder. He did not manage to get his tour card back at Q School recently, and Diogo was unable to find his way to a tour card, a full-time privilege on the PDC tour for the first time. So he has the bonus of being able to play in the Live League. So maybe with a little bit more experience of playing in this tournament, you might think Diogo would have the edge. But this is a very different Live League to last year's, where he was playing at his home in the northwest of England. I do believe he's moved now to a more central part of England because of his partner's new job. He does have a young family as well, so things have changed on the positive side for Diogo over the course of the last 12 months. But of course, there have been some negatives in relation to the pandemic and all of the different challenges with that. But Adrian Gray seems to have got the jump in this first leg. He seems to be using a slightly larger flight than usual, Adrian. He has always used something quite slim But this one is a tiny bit bigger than what I've seen him play with in the last 13 years since I first met him.
100.
Score is halved by Diogo. And Adie looking for a good start on tops. Double 10. And a very tidy looking 17 darter. I'm Paul the Asset Nicholson. Thank you very much for joining us today. We will have a lot of great action for you in the coming hours. But it's 1-0 to Adrian Gray at the start of action today. Like I said, all games best of 7 legs. The same format as the last 3 days. Each player will have 5 games throughout their Thursday campaign. And tonight's action for Group C is slightly truncated, as we have 5 players in Group C and each player will play 4 players.
96.
So, like I was saying yesterday, I'm not sure if having less games in Group C is an advantage.
58.
Regardless of which group you play in, you have to play well to get through, and that's exactly what we found with Robert Thornton yesterday. He told me in the morning that he was ready, and he proved it by topping the daily table by 4 points over Joe Davis, and ultimately having 4 more points than Richie Burnett at the top, which means that Robert Thornton will be in Saturday night's final.
108.
And it has to be said, that is a very impressive maximum from Diogo. All 3 points knitted together. And one of the things that Adrian will have to get used to is the somewhat melodic way of Diogo saying his scores. He's a bit like Martin Adams in that respect. And he is using new darts, is Diogo, recently manufactured. Don't seem to be doing too badly at the start of this one, as he leaves 148 after 12. Very poised, calm and focused from Adrian. He's always been that way. He is vastly experienced for his age. He's 40 now. Very recently had his 40th birthday. But has been around quite a long time in both steel tip darts and soft tip. This leg is not over. 2 treble 20s and something else here could prove the undoing of Diogo. Well, the other thing was a 1. You wanted something bigger, but all the same, Adrian Gray has put pressure on the Brazilian here to finish this 88 off. Double 16.
56.
A very maverick way of going for that 68 in 2. A lot of people go for the treble, and that double was a bit of a gamble still. But 80 Gray, 16 in bull, to pinch leg 2 for a 2-0 lead in match 1. Little pause before the bullseye, and as a soft tip player, he will have had plenty of practice at the bullseye over the years. Diogo can't afford to keep missing the doubles and does not. Really good find from the Brazilian, who draws level at 1 leg all. Both of them just finding their feet with their first stint in 2021's MODUS Live League. So it's 1-1 after 2. It is, of course, slightly different for these players as well, playing against each other in the same room. That's something that some players are still
16.
getting back into, but There won't have been many tournaments they've played in where they haven't had a referee. Or even someone doing the scores for them.
60.
This room is just the dartboard, the players, and the darts. And of course, a few walls and a table. But it's immensely silent. And it'll be different to something that they've faced before.
100.
Must be difficult for Diogo Portela having not just Brazil on his shoulders when it comes to darts,
180.
as he melodically sounds that 180 once again, his second of the contest. But very similar to Devin Peterson, Diogo Portela is the best player in his continent. And there is the 180 backed up by Adrian Gray. Fabulous response. But he's the best player on the planet from all of the countries in South America and, of course, Central America.
59.
So 1/4 of the planet is on his shoulders, really. And it has been difficult for him to shoulder that over the last couple of seasons. He has had some success, though.
78.
Not the first time in this match that Adrian Gray has slipped into the small 1 on a treble 20 effort. It could be his undoing, as Diogo
100.
maxes again his third of the contest to set up double 11 if Adrian misses 83 again. He gets the big 17 again. He gets the small 16 this time for a second attempt at the bullseye, and he's getting further away. Well, in darting speak, Diogo, you left double 11. It's your job to hit it. That's the pitfall of an odd number double. But now it's an even number double,
14.
and by the smallest of margins, he fails to ping double 4. Double 16, the chosen target of Adrian.
Yeah.
Very, very good shot. Pressure was on there for Adie Gray to maintain a lead in this contest. After being 1-0 up, he is now 2-1 up. But if he missed that, he could have been staring down the barrel of a break of throw. But for him, it's good at 2-1. You never like to lose a leg when you've had 2 180s in it.
81.
You are going to get those legs where you hit those 2 maximums and you don't get a shot at a double. Everybody has them. But when you get 2 shots at a double after hitting those 2 maximums, you only have yourself to blame, really.
100.
You can see what these players are trying to do with their scoring phase. Diogo with that upright angle of the dart, with that green moulded flight, trying to get the darts to
45.
group together from top to bottom. So his guide is something that's above that treble 20. Adrian Gray, completely the opposite. He has always been the overstacking kind of player.
60.
That's something he has not deviated away from his entire career, and it has helped him to be one of the best soft tip players on the planet.
100.
Picking up titles in the Darts Live events over in the Far East, because his darts sit in a steel tip board exactly the same way as they sit in a soft tip board. So essentially for him, it's just about changing the point of the dart and playing with the same action, whereas other players have to make genuine adjustments if they play a differing form of darts. Adrian Gray is in a really good position here. 2-1 up and has the darts with a 1 dart lead in leg number 4. Can't tell you how good that dart is. That was a real whirlwind of a dart. If you see the way that Adrian's darts fly, that will have done a pirouette in the air and then cascaded off the right side of the barrel and snuck underneath the first one. It was an excellent shot. And it has given him maybe 6 darts from 62 to have a 3-1 lead. Double 16 once again. This is for a 15 darter. And he is getting better as the game progresses. He takes a 3-1 lead. The man who was on tour last year, he failed to keep his card, but he's showing genuine quality here 4 legs in to take a 3-1 advantage over the Brazilians. One thing that Adrian has never shied away from as well is merchandise. He has his own clothing line called AG, standing for Achieve Greatness. If you want to check that out on his Instagram feed, go ahead. He's got all sorts of things. Hats, hoodies, shirts.
57.
It's also the initials of his name, of course, AG Adrian Gray, and his wife's name. So it's a family affair. And he is a great family man. Living in the Hastings area of East Sussex.
100.
Gorgeous part of the country. Probably why he's called the Conqueror. Because that's got to do with the Battle of Hastings in 1066.
45.
I'm sure that nickname has some bearing on that famous victory over Phil Taylor at the World Grand Prix as well, which seems like an absolute age ago.
Oh, wait. 22.
Seems to have lost his rhythm a bit in this leg, Adrian, but still has a very healthy 160 lead. As Diogo has started to struggle a little bit.
59.
If he is to lose this match by 4 legs to 1, he will have a couple of games off, and his next encounter will be against Fallon Sherrock in game number 4. Should go back upstairs now.
99.
Yeah, lovely dart. Didn't want to leave a 9 at the end of the score. Just intelligent play. I'd like to say that's the longest I've seen Diogo's hair as well, but last year he had a bit of a man bun situation going on, so maybe it's a lot shorter than it was, but this 140 is possible. And he's going to line up tops.
100.
He's not going to do what Richie Burnett did yesterday, which is bust a very large score by hitting too many treble 20s. So Adrian Gray now has 3 darts to complete match 1
100.
by 4 legs to 1. 2 points for a win, and of course leg difference may come into play, especially in Group B, which only sees 2
in 1.
days of play, and Adrian Gray does get off to a fantastic start. 4 legs to 1 over the Brazilians. A slow start for him, but a steady start for Adrian, who gets us cracking. Well, Fallon Sherrock and Barrie Bates will take part in match 2, so let's get them on the hockey. Back to our action as we welcome Fallon Sherrock to our action this week, and she will take on seasoned competitor from this week, Barrie Bates, who finds himself in Group B via his Group A position, where he ultimately finished bottom of that table. He is joined today by Jamie Caven and Darryl Fitton, and they will do battle in the next match. But the slate has been wiped clean for Barrie, as all of his points that he's amassed this week are now scrubbed, and he starts from scratch in Group B to try and get enough points this morning and tomorrow to possibly get
100.
a spot in Saturday's final. Fallon played in Group B last week and did not get through her group, but did pick up 3 wins and played some very stellar stuff, and I get the feeling she's going to cause people problems today because she has a proclivity to do that. She had 11 180s last week, and she's got her first in her second visit against Barrie in this match. And as you can see already, this one is going to be a little bit rapid.
1, 2, 1.
That last dart 1 is not a disaster. It leaves the 2 darter, and Barrie's got early issues here as Sherrock has come out of the traps. Single 20 to lead tops, and if you want to be really safe, go high, like Richie didn't do yesterday, and she finds tops to leave double 10 after 4 visits to the board. Double 5, and might choose to bust the whole thing, but goes for door number 2 and leaves double 2, as Barrie is still finding his feet in this one, but is finding it right here as we see our second maximum of the game. That's awkward. Has to lift it over the top of that one. Oh, that's a lovely dart. Well, 15 darters are very, very good, but that one was all about that last dart. An absolutely crucial hit on double 2. Takes a 1-0 lead against Barrie very early. Could have been something a little bit better than the 18 dart she actually got. And what I mean by 15s is that every dart player wants to do a 501 leg in 15 or less all the time. And that would be an ideal world, but this game is not easy.
16.
Barrie Bates has had an up and down week. It started okay on Monday, and then gradually he started to feel quite uncomfortable by the end of Monday. We wondered what he would bring to the table on Tuesday and Wednesday. Well, he was a little bit better on Tuesday. He had some excellent finishes at the end of Tuesday's campaign. He had a big 160 out, he had a 161, a 140, 2 of those in the same game. But ultimately yesterday he knew that his task was too big to find his way to the top of the table, but he did still pick up 2 wins yesterday and a 3rd consecutive win of the week over Jamie Caven.
55.
He's found himself in a better position in leg 2 here,
100.
and is starting to centralise his focus on that treble 20 a little bit better. Doesn't matter how many games you play
57.
day in, day out, when you start a campaign like you are doing right here, you still got to find your way into the game. Got to shake off the cobwebs of your night's sleep and still limber up in a very smart way.
40.
Fallon gets to a finish after 6 visits, but expects Barrie to take tops. A narrow miss on double 10, but he does not miss on double 5. So he draws level at 1-all, and we are none the wiser as to who is going to win this one as we go down to a best of 5 from here. It's quite incredible to think what Fallon has achieved in her young life. She's 26 years of age now.
41.
6 years removed from a world final. She has, of course, won 2 very large titles. Won the World Darts Trophy. Won that in Preston. And the Finder Darts Masters as well. That was back in 2015. The World Trophy back in 2018. But the amount of titles that she has won as a youth player and as a senior lady player, quite incredible when you think about it. She's won 30 BDO titles by the age of 26. And on top of that, 11 WDF titles. There will not be another 26-year-old in the world with that amount of titles, especially in the ladies' game. Maybe by the age of 26, Michael van Gerwen had a few titles to his name. I'm not even sure if he had that many at that age. But of course, she plays most of her darts these days in this kind of environment. But I'm sure she'll be looking forward to some WDF action when it does return, and some challenge tour action, which I know she's looking forward to.
1. Screen's gone on.
Seems to be going with the throw in this match so far. Just got a small issue with our scoring tablet, so we're just going to rectify that. We'll be back in 2 moments' time. Thank you for bearing with us. We are back and we rejoin the game as it stood. Fallon Sherrock with her first three after that small interruption, and the second one is a missed treble 20 for a shot at the bullseye, I believe. Barrie Bates looking to snag a lead of 2-1 on that bullseye. And that's what he finds. Well, he's no stranger to the bullseye this week, because he did have the biggest finish of the week of a 1-6-1. So he finds the bull again and he gets the lead after being 1-0 down. You get the feeling that Barrie Bates is really trying hard to put something together this week. On Monday there were a fair few cobwebs with his consistency and his accuracy, but as the week has gone on, he has started to show us what he's capable of. You don't win what he's won in his career and got to the stages that he's got to in his career without having a great deal of class. A former quarter-finalist at the World Championship, of course, and a former finalist at the UK Open. Fallon most definitely had the better start in this match, but Barrie has arrested that start and started to take control. Not going to take the big ton plus out here. Can Fallon get a crack at a double from this position? She might stay there. Oh, that's very unlucky. You saw the definitive shudder of the first dart, where it failed to nestle just under the point. And as a result, Barrie's got to find the 51. Treble 17 for double 16. And doesn't scare it. So Fallon Sherrock has the chance here to level things up after 4. And to get her throwback, it's double 8. There was a bit of a pause before that last dart was delivered. She understood that that was her best chance of winning the leg, and it might be gone. But she does get another crack at the whip. Too high this time. Too low on that occasion. And not quite pinpoint on that one either. And Barrie is getting a bit fortunate to have this chance. Double 1. And he gets the first crack at double 1. And he takes it for a 3-1 lead. He had to dodge a few bullets in that fourth leg, but he's found himself in the strongest position he's had all week in his first game of the day. We did see Fallon Sherrock play a week ago, and she lost her first 4 games and then won her 5th game. And you wouldn't blame her for being a little bit rusty, considering the lack of tournaments that have taken place this year for people without a tour card. No challenge tour, of course. There's been a fair few events online, but playing against another player in the same room, it's not something that a lot of players are used to outside of the top 128 in the world. Well, she was going for the bullseye there. The 25 would have left 160. She's still got a very healthy lead, but she needs to find 3 straight legs if she's going to start her campaign with 2 points today. She's getting this leg right. And Barrie's not going to leave a finish. Not the first time this week that he has chosen the wrong bed on dart 2 from that kind of position. But Fallon Sherrock looking at double 8 and finds it for a 15 darter to stay in this match after 5 legs. She's still 1 leg behind, but if she can put in 2 more legs like that, she's got every chance of winning this 4-3. An interesting stat that I was looking at this morning was the personal best averages of each and every player. Barrie is the only player not to have registered a ton plus average in the recorded era. Not that I could find anywhere. But last year, Fallon Sherrock registered 110 average at the Challenge Tour. And out of everybody playing today, that is the 2nd highest personal best. The only person to beat that is Darryl Fitton, who's had 114 on occasion. When you attain that 110 level, it really does make you think how good you can be when you put things together. And then it's just about consistency after that. Good switch from Barrie. The treble 20 was closed, and ultimately he had to switch there, and did so with great accuracy. Just when Fallon seems to have found her rhythm and her range, it has left her again, and she's possibly staring at defeat here, as Barrie, in every likelihood, will have 6 darts from 108. She needs a 60 and gives that a bit of welly to get herself to a finish just in case. But Barrie should get a match start, and does at double 16. And he can count himself fortunate he didn't hit the 7 there. That was very, very close to the odd number. Like last Thursday, it looks like Fallon is going to lose her first match of her campaign. Double 8 for Barrie, slightly shifting to the right, and that's exactly what he required. After a very tough week so far, Barrie Bates gets himself off to a winning start to join Adrian Gray on 2 points in Group B. Let's get cracking with match 3 though, as we welcome 2 players from previous Group A, which is Jamie Caven and Darryl Fitton. Welcome back to Group B at this week's Modus Live League Darts. And these seasoned campaigners and now seasoned veterans of this week will go head to head in their fourth match of the week, where it's currently 2-1 to Jamie Caven Darryl Fitton is looking for a better performance in Group B than Group C, but of course I'm sure Jamie would say the same. It all started extremely well on Monday for Jamie, who was the table topper. And you have to ask the question, will we have a fourth different name to win a daily title this week? Because Monday was all about Jamie. Yesterday it was all about Robert Thornton, and in between that we had Richie Burnett as the main man. So, with that in mind, these two will go head to head once more to see if they can join Adrian Gray on 2 points alongside Barrie Bates, who has just got his first win against Fallon Sherrock. Darryl's going to throw first in this one. Best of 7 once again. And a little change of colour today for Darryl.
100.
This week he's been using the black and white or grey shaded Union Jack flights. Similar colour palette to what Jamie's using actually.
140.
But today he's gone back to his more traditional look of the red, white and blue. If something isn't working, just a little change of colour can just freshen things up a bit. I used to do that quite a lot in my career. Have the exact same structure of flight and stem,
60.
but sometimes just change the colour up. Especially when I used to go and play in Ireland. I'd always stick in a set of Irish flights. Darryl would admit that his form this week has been inconsistent.
48.
I think Jamie would say something similar. He played some terrific stuff on Monday,
137.
and his fast pace of play was somewhat disrupted yesterday when he had a lot of problems with his line. There's a lot of darts in the 5 in searching for the treble 20,
121.
and a lot of 7s hitting the 19 bed, but Jamie Caven is very close to stealing the throw here. 149 left with 2 darts.
54.
He picks up only 1 treble, but it's a small treble. And Fitton can stay alive if he can negotiate this potentially in 6. Well, that's a wild one.
40.
And there have been quite a few of those wild ones this week for the big man from Stockport. 91 remain, and he does not get a shot at tops. Utilising those slim flights this week, Jamie Caven is noted for using pear-shaped flights predominantly. Single 18 or 14 goes for the latter
74.
and goes over the bar on tops to take leg 1 in 6 visits. Jamie's been excellent on this checkout all week, and is once again. I make that the 4th time that he has hit a 60 checkout in 2 darts this week. So Jamie, if you want to win this match and indeed win this group, just keep doing that. Steady start from Jabba, who seems to have a much better line today.
84.
Just to come away with 84. He'll be disappointed there because the first start was perfect. Had a couple of tweets already this morning from people tuning in. And if you are tuning in via the Online Darts YouTube page or via your favourite bookmaker's website, I welcome you along. And if you are having a flutter, please gamble responsibly. Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org. Had a tweet from Keith Della this morning, so good morning, Keith. Just reminding me that Eric Bristow did indeed win a lot of things before the age of 26. Yes, he did. I think he won everything by the age of 26. And of course, Darryl's flights are
60.
not that dissimilar to what the great man used to throw. the equipment that Eric used in his career is still used by
42.
a lot of people. Just checking his position before he threw that first dart. That was a bit of a Tiger Woods moment there for Jamie Caven. Just retracting the dart before it was thrown through the air. Also had a tweet from Jello77, just talking about the highest finish of the week. I may have mentioned that Barrie Bates has the biggest one of the week at a 161, but I forgot about Joe Davis's 170, of course, yesterday, where he hit against Darryl Fitton a 170 out and a 130.
55.
Jamie squares it up to 100, but he wanted a bit more than that. If you do want to get in touch with us today, by all means, tweet
100.
Online Darts, Modus Darts 180, or myself at the Asset 180. Treble 20 was the right target. The guide was there for the 60. I think the top shot there was the tiniest bit riskier. And Fitton is looking to equalise in 17 darts on tops. Back down to 10s.
45.
And that inconsistency that has raged his game this week bites again as Jamie revisits tops and finds a second consecutive leg. Jamie Caven has the upper hand at 2-0 here, and he's the kind of player that has started well this week. If he continues this, he could be a force today. Like I said, 2-1 in the head-to-head record this week between Jamie and Darryl. They played each other in Game 5 on Monday, which was 4 legs to 2, and that was to Jamie. And in the reverse fixture, Darryl won 4-0 on Tuesday. It's probably his best performance of the entire week. And then Jamie got his revenge the following day, yesterday, with a 4-1 win. So the pattern is a Jamie win, a Darryl win, a Jamie win. So if you believe in patterns, that man who's just hit a maximum will win this one. But darts is not that simple.
125.
In the words of Johnny Clayton, one of the hottest players on the planet right now, it's on the day. A man who glorifyingly simplifies the game of darts and does a fine job of it.
93.
Looking forward to seeing what Johnny does in the Premier League coming up. He's going to cause a lot of players a lot of problems.
100.
And even with that ton, Jamie's in a bit of a corner here as Darryl has found his scoring shoes in leg 3. Should stay there. And finds another 5 to his obvious dismay. Maybe Jamie sniffs an opportunity here
95.
and ekes his way to a doable out. Darryl would have wanted something much smaller than this after being on 131 in his previous score. As it stands, he does have a shot at double 16 to equalise, or get close to equalising Jamie Caven in the scorecard. But in a flash, Jamie Caven could be 3-0 up. Bullseye. Oh, it's a fine effort. The line was very good, just under pitched it. Double 16 is there for Darryl Fitton, and he gets his first leg of the day. And no matter how much experience you have, when you hit that first double of the day, you do settle down. Let's find out if he can use a more settled down nature going into the latter part of this game. The experience between these two is vast. Darryl's been playing
97.
at a very top level for a quarter of a century. Having said that, so is Jamie Caven. Jamie's 45 years of age now, and he's been one of the best youth players in the world.
60.
Graduated to the PDC and started his career very well in his first World Championship,
100.
but was labelled as one of those players that never really did it on the big stage. I think that when people get labelled like that, it's a tad harsh.
140.
I think Ian White's probably got that tag right now, alongside the likes of Mark Walsh in the past. And I always thought it was really harsh on Walshy
96.
because he made a major final. And Jamie was, of course, very close to making the latter stages of the European Championship before he ran into Simon Whitlock and one of the greatest darting comebacks of all time. He was very close to winning a European Tour event as well, only to lose out to Vincent van der Voort. Jamie's got a handy lead here. How long will he have it? Not for long.
100.
And that ton gets Darryl to something very similar to what Jamie has. But having the first visit is key here. Got to position yourself well, and he has to switch here.
44.
A lot less than he required. Surely he's got to stay there. And he'll be very disappointed that he didn't get that second 60. His ability to put those darts together is almost godlike when he's on form. And that line is starting to drift for Jamie in the middle part of this match. He will have to
44.
stop that before it gets worse. Typical Darryl Fitton behaviour on the 52, treble 12, double 4,
In 3.
and it is 2-2. Now, I'm not a big fan of going for the treble 12 for 52. I've said that a couple of times this week, but it's turned out to be fruitful for Darryl Fitton, who equalises this game in their fourth match of the week. I still think the old school way of getting the big 20, the big 12, and giving yourself the larger double is the right way to go. Because if you start missing doubles, you'd much rather have, say, a double 4 on your third dart after splitting twice than being on double 2. Maybe that's an old school approach from me, but
96.
I certainly do feel that you should be aiming to leave the top number doubles like double 18, double top and double 16 instead of hitting a treble like treble 12 and leaving yourself on double 8 or possibly something smaller. We've got some people tuning in as regulars today. Amy Marie Marsh, loving the coverage again, and is hoping that Fallon Sherrock gets off to a better start. Good to see the girls supporting the girls.
54.
And someone has asked me, what is the difference between the Blade 5 dartboard and the HD board? Well, I'm not sure what you're referring to, but I suppose I can hazard a guess.
55.
The Blade 5 dartboard, brought to you by Winmo, is the best dartboard on the planet. And I, like a lot of dart players around the world,
44.
completely agree with that statement. That's why we're using it. And if you're not aware what a dartboard is made of, it's made of a plant material called sisal.
140.
If you haven't seen any YouTube documentaries or any anything about how a dartboard is made, I encourage you to go and watch it. It's fascinating stuff. But then again, I am a bit of a darts nerd, so there you go. 84 for Darryl Fitton has shrunk to double 12. Double 6 for the lead. And he's well wide. Can Jamie Caven find something in his 6th visit? Possibly. Maybe. Definitely. And double top has been such a good friend to Jamie Caven. He was trying to stem the tide there of Darryl Fitton's comeback, and he's found the lead once more. 2-0 up, 2-2. Now it's 3-2 Caven. Look at Darryl in the background, just leaning on the table as if to say, yes, I know that was a good shot, but it still hurt a bit. If you do have any other questions for myself on social media, by all means, please ask away. I have to keep my answers brief, of course, because we're focusing on the action here at the MODUS Live League. And currently we have 2 players who have started with a win in Adrian Gray and Barrie Bates.
40.
And Jamie has to keep an eye on that line of the dart. That tendency to drift into the 5 became a real problem yesterday. It's not as easy as just stepping a bit more to the right hand side of the hockey. Sometimes it's about the arm and the release point and maybe the elbow starting to drift. You can see the elbow of Darryl Fitton. It tends to drift inwards. There's a lot of moving parts to his throw. But he's so talented that he's able to time it well most of the time. This is a great shot from Caven, who finds a maximum at an opportune time, his first of the game, and it's to set up a match-winning chance. And he's going to have 6 darts from here. My advice to you, Jamie, is to leave tops. And he is going to leave tops. Tops it is. And he does not find the target. When you're struggling with your line, double 10 is one of those doubles that you don't want to go for, but I'm sure Jamie is seasoned enough and experienced enough to figure out what he needs to do from here.
59.
As Darryl will have to settle for a 4-2 loss by the looks of it, unless Jamie has a nightmare on double 10 or 5s. And that one came out really late. You saw before the camera switched to the board that the release was a little bit ragged, and Fitton can stay in the match somehow if he can find this check out. He can no longer, and I'm just questioning whether Darryl's using a different set of darts today. He might be using an old set.
86.
They look a bit more weathered than the set he used the last 3 days, so maybe he's looking for a bit of familiarity. Double 5 again. And Jamie again drags the dart left. It's a very difficult thing to fix something when you're not sure what's happening. It's where you need a darting diagnostician to try and figure it out for you. As Darryl Fitton has a match-saving double 9 shot and misses by quite some way and busts the score correctly. Third attempt at double 10. And that's all he requires. A bit scratchy in the end, but something to build on as Jamie Caven goes 3-1 up in the head-to-head against Darryl Fitton. Darryl has work to do, but Jamie has the jump. Well, let's get back into the action. Game number 4, Diogo Portela will come back and he takes on Fallon Sherrock. after a short break, we will commence match number 4 now. And it's two players who suffered defeat in their first game of the day. So someone is about to get off the mark. And on the flip side, someone will have problems. Because this Group B is only 2 days of action. And if you do not get points early, you may not find yourself getting to Saturday night's final, where 2 players will progress from this group to join Robert Thornton, who's already there. We will, of course, have another session tonight, starting at 9:30 British time, which will include a bunch of other players. We will have 12 matches for you tonight. Actually, 10 matches tonight, I do beg your pardon. Tonight we have Chaz Barstow, we have Richie Burnett, and of course Joe Davis from Group A. But we also have Colin Monk and Paul Hogan, 2 Hampshire legends.
100.
Fallon's made the decision to put the hair up, just to try and get a little bit of extra fortune maybe in this game. It didn't go her way against Barrie Bates after a tidy start. 2 good leg wins in that match, but ultimately Barrie was more pinpoint on the doubles and the approaches.
97.
You've got 2 dart players here who work extremely hard on their game, as well as having a young family.
44.
And we saw last year in the MODUS Live League with these 2 some of the best moments possible you can get with online darts, because with Fallon we had kids coming down the stairs, we had the cat, we had the dog, we had people ringing the doorbell. And we'll come back to Diogo in a second, because he's only just missed out on the perfect visit there from 217. The 164 for Fallon is a possibility, and still is. Oh, ho, ho, hello, we have a 164. That's the second best finish we've seen this week, behind the 170 of Joe Davis yesterday. So Fallon Sherrock starts blisteringly here in leg 1. Bringing a smile to everybody's face. She has a habit of making a lot of people smile. She has been doing so for the last 18 months in her career, which has taken, with other talents of course, the ladies' game to a different level. Yeah, I was talking about Diogo and some of the things that happened in last year's league. I remember a game where he was vastly ahead, and then all of a sudden his cat appeared on one of the bits of furniture in his right-hand shot, and he lost the match from there, and I christened his cat the Unlucky Cat.
40.
But then again, I am fairly superstitious. I'm sure Diogo's not like that. But he does have a lot of fans, does Diogo. And one of his biggest fans, Joe Wheeler on Twitter, is tuning in today to see how Diogo does today. So thank you for your company, Joe. Hope you're well. And we know you've been watching the MODUS Live League since the start. So we're appreciative of your time and your support. Only 60 from Fallon, gets herself roughly that in front. And sensibly using the 17s route, he may have to go down to the 19s, which he did, but fails to find the inner ring, which has been a bit of an issue downstairs for him. He's had 180s today already, Diogo. 2 in 1 leg in his first match against Adrian Gray, and he still lost that leg somehow. Just get the feeling that the line is good for Diogo. As soon as I say that, he goes offline.
44.
But the weight of the dart, and it's maybe trying to get used to these new darts that is making him miss a few. Can Fallon Sherrock find another big finish? Well, there's your answer. She does find that second treble 18 eventually, and that leaves her on double 16 when she returns. There again, more evidence of the weight of the dart.
100.
Double 16 for Fallon. And now double 8. And she finds a 2-0 lead. A perfect start to try and get back what she lost in that first game against Barrie Bates. So maybe she's looking at a possible 4-0 to go exactly the right way that she should if she wants to do well in Group B. Now, one thing I wanted to mention about the new darts of Portela is that you have to go through 2 different stages with a new set of darts when they're structurally different to what you've used before. First and foremost, they have to be comfortable in your grip. And then you have to get used to throwing them the right way. Now, Fallon hasn't changed her darts for many years. They've always had that Darryl Fitton quality of tapering out to the middle, then tapering back to the point at the end.
140.
But I get the feeling there's a bit more weight to the bottom of the barrel for Diogo these days, and I think it's taken him a bit of time to get used to that.
100.
He does have one of the best dart shirts in the world, I will give him that, because it's quintessentially Brazilian.
97.
I've never been to Brazil, but I hear incredible things about it. And if I do make my way to South America at some time in the future, I will definitely be extending a call Diogo's way to get some tips as to where to go. He will have been keeping his ear to the floor for World Cup news yesterday, of course. It has been moved to September and will take place in Jena in Germany in the second week of September. And you would fully expect Diogo to captain the Brazilian squad. As to whether he will play with Bruno Rangel again, we will find out. But that's a 4 in search of a 25 to leave 60. Well, double 12. And only just misses out on that shot to get himself in this match. Got to stay on the 20s here. And it is a bad visit. But the likelihood is she would have lost the leg anyway. So not a great deal lost. Again, it's the weight of the dart for Diogo. Double 6.
Checking 3.
And he finds it to get his first leg of the contest. I wonder if he can find that weight of the dart throughout the course of this game. And of course, for the rest of today, it may be key for his chances. When you've got a 2-1 lead with a break of throw, you have to make sure that you keep your foot on the pedal and don't invite your opponent into the game. In the background there, I just saw Diogo just flinging that arm out with a bit of ferocity. I think he's trying to find out how hard he has to throw this setup to feel comfortable. Once he finds the kind of throw that he needs with this dart, he can then try to repeat it. But I think he's still searching for it. It's a bad start of the leg for Fallon, who played most of her darts in 2020 in her living room, as did most players. I played a fair bit of darts in the MODUS League myself and
140.
played against both of these players and thoroughly enjoyed the experience of that, and played so much in the way of darts in my office that I created a footprint in my carpet.
26.
I think that's a common problem for dart players around the world. Unless, of course, you do have a hardwood floor or tile. And you've got to stay away from that dart and sensibly goes downstairs to leave 120. That second dart could have possibly been displaced if it was hit with dart 3.
$100.
Good ton from Diogo, but he's not on a finish. And Fallon is no longer on a finish for this visit. Well, she has the option of 12 or 20 when she returns. Or indeed, if she's feeling a bit Darryl Fitton-like, the treble 12. That was his target for a 52 checkout earlier. That's a lovely switch from Diogo. Well found. But the treble 12 seems to be the target for the 52 shot today. As she misses 2 darts on the outer ring. Very, very close on the double 10. And this would be a pinch, wouldn't it? Found 2 treble 18s with his previous visit, and I'm not surprised he went back there.
58.
For a 3-1 lead. Fallon will have to step to the left. And maybe step to the left even more. Well, she's gone way back to the right to try and find the top third.
No.
You see the angle she was throwing from. She almost had her shoulder against the wall. Can Diogo perform an act of larceny here? Oh, he can. That's a bit rude. In darting senses, I don't like the apology of the hand going up like that, but ultimately that leg belonged to Fallon Sherrock and she lost it, and ultimately Diogo won it. 2-2. Averages are fairly similar, around the 80 mark. And there's a bit of an improvement for Diogo and for Fallon from their first match.
60.
And it's pretty similar to what we saw from the Queen of the Palace 7 days ago, when she ultimately had her best performance and only win in her final game against Richard North, where she averaged just under 100.
$95.
Dart players are creatures of habit. And when they're taken out of their habits, one, they don't like it, and secondly, they have to adjust.
97.
And the best players in the world are the ones that can adjust either on the fly or potentially in very little time. This is a much better visit from Diogo. There was an eagle eye about that visit. A beautiful maximum from him. And a very good reply from Fallon to stay in the leg. Only 41 adrift. Actually 39. Well, I've just failed on my maths test for the morning.
93.
And that just keeps the advantage in his corner. He seems to have all of the momentum right now, does Diogo. He's won the last 2 legs. And what would it do for his confidence to finish this 5th leg in 5 visits with a nice clean checkout? Well, it's not going to happen. Not for the first time this week. A big number has been missed.
41.
The 150 is not going to go.
Oh, got away. 40.
It seems like a long time ago since she put in the 164 at the start of the match. Diogo looking at double 8 to find the lead for the very first time, and a small adjustment will give him that.
Checking 3.
And that is a beautiful adjustment. A little caress on that second dart, and he finds a lead at 3-2. Can he protect his position, or can Fallon have a brace of legs from here like she did at the start to snag the 2 points. Good start to this leg, and a somewhat defiant start. Bit of a head-scratching performance here from Fallon as everything was coming up roses
115.
at the start. But you have to say it was that fourth leg that she let slip. That's why she's in this position. Had a tweet from Stephen Holford saying the darts are great, but can you do something about the music and the breaks? Well, sorry, Stephen. That's the music. I don't know what kind of music you're into, but
60.
it is what it is, I'm afraid. Feel free to tweet me what you would put on. I'd be really interested to hear. I've also had a nice tweet from Ash talking about the talent that Fallon has and asks the question, does she play better away from the crowds? Well, I'm not sure about that, considering what she achieved
100.
at the Nottingham Premier League against Glen Durrant and, of course, at Alexandra Palace. I maybe have to disagree with you, Ash.
94.
She has got an incredible amount of ability. I will agree with you on that one. And her career is just getting started. 26 is a very, very young age as a dart player.
46.
Michael van Gerwen's career was just getting cracking at the age of 26.
81.
That's a good last start. It's a really tough first start to recover from, and she was able to do so. You get the feeling that maybe the 105 might have to go. Now, do not. He might not go for the 20 here. In previous times, he may go somewhere else. And he's done it again.
48.
Really, really good thinking. And he did that last year in the Modus Live League, and he's done it again.
Oh God.
What has she got here?
6.
She has scored 99 and has left the Ashdown. Double three.
6 left.
Well, that was possibly the last dart she'll throw in the match. But we could potentially talk more about that leave from Diogo. But the most important thing is now he's looking at double 16 and finds a win. 2 points for Diogo from 2-0 down. He finds 4 straight legs and a very peculiar way of getting 180 with 5 darts at the end. But it's 2 points for Portela as we find Adrian Gray and Jamie Caven coming back to the hockey for game number 5. Straight into game number 5, and these two, who have been doing battle at the top of the game for the last 15 years, will now do battle in the MODUS Live League for the very first time. Adrian Gray has had a bit of a break since his 4-1 win in match 1 against Diogo Portela. And plenty of time to gather his thoughts on how he can potentially shoot forward in today's campaign. Jamie Caven also got a win in his first game, but it wasn't plain sailing. Things made a little bit difficult for him by Darryl, but ultimately I think what he's got to try and figure out is why his darts are drifting sometimes towards the end of matches. Well, before we go any further, let's talk about that end to the match between Sherrock and Portela.
83.
A curious thing over the last 24 hours has been the video of Richie Burnett busting 180 against Jamie yesterday.
60.
2 treble 20s in with a dart that's landing upwards and shielding the small, or the large part of the 20. Last year, Diogo Portela decided to go towards the 14 bed
140.
and hit the double 14 to leave 32. So it's something he has done before. Now, someone made a very good point yesterday. Richie could have used the small 20. And in a day and age of very good accuracy from these dart players, the small portions of the bed in the single are never used to your advantage. They're just a bit part player that happens to be on the board. So instead of going high, Richie could have easily used the small 20 if he chose,
50.
or some other part of the board. So a really interesting turn of events there in that last match, but ultimately it was Diogo who came up with the win. Someone is going to be on 4 points after this match, and they will be the only player on that mark after the first third of today's action.
96.
A decent leave from Jabba. Two of the nicest guys out there in darts playing each other here. Two good friends of mine. It's nice to see them in action. Adrian is the first to leave a 2-darter, but Jamie is looking to fix this situation with a treble 19 and double 16. Gets dart 2. And he also delivers dart 3 for a ton plus checkout to take an early advantage. And it hasn't been the starts of matches that Jamie struggled with. It's been the end and possibly the middle portions. Let's see if he can keep this really good form going in this one. Starting with an 18 darter there, Jamie. I was told many years ago as a young pub player that if you won most of your legs in 18 darts, you wouldn't go far wrong. That may have been the case back then, but oh, how things change in the professional game, especially. Nowadays, you have to win most of your legs in 15 or less. I've had a tweet from John Belton,
100.
who's said to me, who do I think will win overall today? I don't know, John. I really don't. Because you look at this field and how they've performed today so far. I'm not going to count out Fallon Sherrock yet, because she could easily win her next 3 games and pick up 6 points. It could be one of those days where 2 or 3 players have that amount of points, and it's on leg difference. Could be Adrian, could have an undefeated day, of course. So could Jamie. It's a really, really tough group to call, this one.
60.
It's a particularly interesting design shirt that Adrian's got today as well. It almost looks like
130.
the kind of wire you would put around a knight, called chainmail, I think is what they call it. I think it's a rather fetching design.
5.
He's looking to equalise here after 2 legs. And he's not going to do so.
57.
But is still handily placed if Jamie doesn't find this big out. He's not going to.
50.
You just wonder if Fallon Sherrock's mark of 164 will be bettered today. Double 16. Still double 16 from a different angle.
Yeah, 3.
And that's what he finds. Exactly the same amount of darts used in leg 2 as leg 1. But it is a different person winning that leg, as this one goes to 1-all after 2. Barrie Bates will return against
36.
Darryl Fitton in the next match. 2 guys that have done battle 3 times this week already. Very similar to Jamie and Darryl from game 3.
100.
But Adrian Gray is one of those players who knows a lot about technique. He runs an academy usually for young
96.
kids down in the Hastings area. I've had the privilege of visiting that academy with Fallon Sherrock. And they do a fabulous job by getting the young kids to play on soft tip boards to start with. Just to make sure it's 100% safe, because the soft tip darts of course have plastic points and not sharp steel ones. It's a very good thing to do for your local community. He's very passionate about where he lives. And he's done great things for the area. I've always thought that Adrian is the kind of person who is selfless as opposed to selfish. I think you've got to be a little bit selfish as a dart player, because it is an individual sport. But without doubt, Adrian is one of the kindest dart players I have met.
100.
He was kind enough to teach me how to play the game of cricket on the dartboard. And I will forever thank him for that. He's got the bullseye for a 12 darter here and has decided not to go for it. I think that's the right call. He's backing himself on double 16. I think that's a measure of confidence. Started with 2 18 darters, 1 for each player. We could graduate to something better here.
Yeah,
And that is exactly what we've done. Adrian Gray continues to improve in this game. And that double 16 bed is getting a bit of a hammering from him. If he can stay there and be accurate, he could be too good for Jamie Caven. I had the privilege of travelling to Hong Kong with Adrian a few years ago. We played in the Soft Tip World Cup, and our team consisted of myself, Adrian, who was our captain, Andy Jenkins, who played in last week's MODUS Live League, and our lady player, Fallon Sherrock, who
100.
was an absolutely sublime part of our team. She was responsible for a lot of our wins. And the semi-final that we had with Japan was particularly gripping.
76.
Ladies on each side, 2 of the best players in the world, Mikuru Suzuki, Fallon Sherrock for us. We had
61.
some great Japanese men players up against us, and ultimately they were too good, but they did take the title. And what an experience it was, and I have to thank Adrian for having me as part of that squad. It genuinely was
99.
an incredible experience. That's the perfect first start that Jamie's looking for.
137.
A much better visit there. Something to cling on to, and all he has to do now is repeat that. If he can remember what he did. That's the key to this game. Once you know what you're doing right, remember it.
95.
If you're doing something wrong, forget it. Straight down for the switch on dart 2 this time.
58.
The line was good, but he comes up short, and Adrian Gray is still in position to extend that lead to 3-1. He's had a bit of trouble with the weight of the dart on the treble 17 so far today. He has been short on every occasion down in that corner. Hang on a second. He's just missed the treble 19, which would have left him double 14.
93.
80 Gray then, to be within one leg of 4 points. Left or right, take your pick. He went to the right, but too far right.
8.
And Caven is given a bonus chance here to stay in this match after 4. That is a fortunate 20. It has to be said. And it is a pinpoint double 16 on the end. But boy, oh boy, that first start was very, very close to the 60. And he'll be very glad that he didn't bust the score, because he's now 2-2. Jamie, who has played in different colours this week. This was the colour shirt he wore on Monday, when he had his best day of the week, where he picked up 4 wins from 5. His only defeat that day to bottom place Barrie Bates, which will be mystifying to him, because he's lost to Barrie all 3 days this week. Jamie's last game of the day will be against Barrie. He'll be hoping to get his first win against Batesy. But first and foremost, he has a task here against Adrian.
81.
Been a decent game, this. 80 Gray averaging around 90. Jamie a little bit less than that. But you can sense that Adrian's got a really good focus today. He's in a good place. And he doesn't have to go for the 60 here. Maybe the 25.
177.
Or the treble 19. An absolute beauty of a visit to leave on something extremely small.
58.
And with 6 darts, you fancy that Adrian Gray, after having a blistering scoring leg here, is going to find himself in front once more. Possible 11 darter. And that is what he finds. The best leg of today so far from the very focused looking conqueror. The man with AG on his pocket. Adrian Gray is looking like the strongest player today so far. He's one of those players that looks very different to what he looked like when he was playing at the World Championship on a regular basis. The hair's a bit thinner at the top. He's got a beard now. He's almost doing what I like to call the Scott Waits formula. All the hair goes on top, and then you replace it with a bushy beard. And there is nobody right now who has a more improved beard in the last year than Scott Waits. If you haven't seen it, it is quite a thing of beauty.
61.
Myself and some of my colleagues from the PDC do believe that there may be something living in there.
54.
The average for Gray is touching 94. And this is overall the best performance we've seen so far. You wonder what we're going to get from the likes of Chaz Barstow and Paul Hogan and Richie Burnett tonight.
134.
But I'm a bit of a hipster when it comes to darts. I am really looking forward to watching Colin Monk later. I haven't seen Colin play for a long time. And I'll be fascinated to see if he can upset the odds tonight. I know he's been practicing hard for tonight and tomorrow. And they have got the same predicament as the players in Group B. They only have 2 days to get the right amount of points to punch their ticket to the final on Saturday.
97.
Admittedly, tonight, they only have the 4 matches to play. Whereas this morning, in Group B, and tomorrow, of course, they have 5. But this is match 2 for both of these players. And Adrian Gray is looking at double 18 to finish on double 9 now. And misses 2 match darts. That would have been a fine end to this contest. It still could be
98.
a very good unbeaten start for Adrian. But it depends what he fancies here. The eyes have not deviated. Straight for double 9. Has to go low. That is the pitfall of double 9. I don't know any player that likes double 9. I just don't. It's a horrible number. Oh, and that little skew into the 5 has cost him a shot at the bull. You see the eyes closed of Jamie Caven. And that little purse of the lips. He has been robbed of a shot at the bullseye to stay in the match. And Adrian Gray has got a much more favourable shot here. And he takes full advantage of it to get a 4-2 victory. And he doubles his points 2-4 for the day. And he is the first player to get to that mark. Is he going to be the player to catch? In the coming games, we will find out. But next, it's Barrie Bates and Darryl Fitton as they go and do battle for the 4th time this week. Match number 6 will commence when these players have finished their 9 practice darts. And so far this week, Darryl Fitton has had the measure of Barrie Bates by 2 games to 1. Their 4th battle. will either give Barrie Bates a 4th point of the day, or it will give Darryl Fitton his first 2. Second match of the day for these darting battlers. It'll be fascinating to see if someone like Barrie Bates can keep pace with Adrian Gray, who is the only undefeated player after 2 matches so far. I've had an interesting question on Twitter from someone whose name is Wazzy's on Fire. He's asking where we can see the averages for the games. Well, the averages of the games will be published
36
on the Online Darts Twitter page a matter of seconds after the match is completed. So you can check out the statistics right there as soon as the match is finished. And Timo's got in touch as well. And Timo is apparently from New York City. So
41.
thank you for tuning in all the way from over there. You must have got up early. He's saying that Jamie Caven's shirt looks like the Houston Astros jersey from the 70s. Well, I haven't seen that jersey, but some of those old basketball teams had some cracking jerseys. So I'm going to trust you on that one, Timo.
96.
We've also seen some cracking dart shirts over the years. Darryl not wearing his Dazzler shirt, just sporting his Darts Manufacturers polo today. And Barrie back in Welsh colours today. I don't know whether he's a bit superstitious or not, but he hasn't worn his Cardiff City blue shirt since Monday, when he had a particularly bad day. Fitton is on for the 155. And you may have noticed
87.
that Darryl Fitton has changed his darts from his first match to this match. So maybe a bit of uncertainty from Darryl as to what to use today. Or maybe he was just trying to figure out if these ones were the right ones going forward. It's a newer barrel, it's a black shaft, and the black and translucent flight.
36.
It hasn't worked on that occasion. But he is going to get 3 more for the leg.
94.
One thing I will say as well is the shaft is longer in this setup. And that might give him a bit more stability through the air.
16.
It has not given him the accuracy though. And Barrie Bates has got to be opportunistic here to take tops.
Yeah,
He has found it. That's a bit of a pinch in the end. But you just question whether Darryl Fitton is trying to find something on Thursday today after that change of equipment. Barrie Bates is finding more than he did earlier in the week. I myself played in the Championship League of Darts with the PDC on a few occasions, which isn't that dissimilar to this tournament. Turn up early in the morning, you look at the schedule, and I found myself for an entire week playing Mark Walsh at 10:30 in the morning. It's almost like my wake-up call was playing Mark Walsh.
96.
And we used to have a joke at the end of the day and say, same time, same place tomorrow, Mark? And we'd always have a bit of a giggle about that.
100.
Now these guys will play each other 5 times this week. And Barrie still has the chance of leading their head-to-head by the end of the week by 3 games to 2.
99.
If he's going to do that, he has to win this match and tomorrow's. But they did have a particularly brilliant match on Tuesday, which was game 15 of Tuesday's session. In that match, Fitton was the better player overall, And he did pick up a 4-3 victory. And he picks up a 174 here to leave 32. But Barrie Bates in that match took out a 160.
100.
And a 140 checkout in that match just to stay in it. He may need some of those fighting qualities if Darryl Fitton finds the 32, which he's had problems with at the start of this match. 8-8 now.
16.
And I mentioned those big finishes. Look what Barry's got here. Something fairly similar. No sense of deja vu, as he does not scare the checkout whatsoever. But Darryl's got to find the outer ring with a clean, crisp shot, just to make himself feel a little bit better. That could be a help or a hindrance. Now that's definitely a help. Oh, how was that missed?
Nothing.
You can sense the frustration of the big man from Stockport. A little bit of a breather just before 20 in tops. There may have been a tiny bit of interference.
Green lights.
Will that distract Barrie? Well,
59.
ultimately, it didn't on dart 2, but dart 3 was delivered way short. 8-8, third visit on the double, and he keeps wiring these doubles. It is really starting to annoy him.
Yeah.
Annoyed no longer, but maybe that will just bring a smile to his face as he equalises at 1 leg all. It's been a difficult day on the doubles for Darryl Fitton, but he finds one there to equalise after 2 legs. These guys did indeed start the week, and Barrie Bates lost his first match of the week to Darryl by 4 legs to 1. They also played the first match of yesterday's session, which was a very good game actually. It was won by Barrie 4 legs to 3, and it was a very tight encounter, and it was a precursor for what we saw from Robert Thornton yesterday, which was perfection. He did not taste defeat,
36.
was the best player overall yesterday, and of course the first 3 days, amassing 24 points. But at times this week, other players have stepped up and shown what they can do. We've seen a brilliant 104 average yesterday from Joe Davis. That was the game where he hit the 170 and the 130 out in the same match. We've seen that 109 average on Tuesday from Richie Burnett in defeating Robert Thornton 4-0.
100.
And at times, Barrie Bates has hit some of the best checkouts we've seen in the league. This is better. Really well thrown.
140.
When he gets it right, he makes it look simple. John O'Shea has been in touch again.
180.
And Barrie Bates is in touch with that 60. John posting a picture of me on social media, making me look like a newsreader. Well, I'll take that. Don't you worry about that, John.
45.
What is it the Joker says? Because he is called the Joker, of course. If you're good at something, never do it for free. And Joe Wheeler has started the debate about Scott Waits as to whether he's got the best beard in darts right now. Well, it's got to be either Whitlock or Waits, hasn't it? If you're looking about trying to find some other options, that beard of Fitton's been around for a while. It's perfectly manicured. Barry's isn't too bad either as he misses the big single. Gets the second 8, and he gets the tops as well to rediscover the lead at 2-1. And both of these beards are looking pretty sharp today, but Barrie Bates is a bit sharper on the doubles, and ultimately that's the difference at 2-1 to the Welshman. Seems to be a very popular thing at the minute, beards in darts. Devin Peterson's got a pretty impressive beard. It's very manicured. I think for sheer growth potential, I'd love to know if Scott Waits is going to increase the size of the beard month on month.
100.
Because it looks to me like it's got the possibility of a ZZ Top type beard. Is this match going to continue in its current trend of holding throw?
95.
You can just sense the relaxed nature around Barrie today because it's been a tough week for him. Obviously some cobwebs at the start of the week. And he's starting to relax, I think, a little bit, which is great for him.
121.
When you play your best darts, it's that nice mix of adrenaline and a relaxed nature. Knowing the challenge,
96.
knowing the logistics of where you are as well. And I know a lot of dart players who play the first day of a tournament and feel particularly nervous because they've never played in something like this before.
159.
Well, that's a 159 from Darryl, and he sets up double 16 again. He's had lots of problems down there, but you have to say that the majority of the time he hasn't had any problems on the inner ring or the approach shots today. This has been his Achilles heel. And the miss is to the left predominantly, and it continues.
In 3.
But it does not keep continuing as this game is levelled at 2-2 after 4. It's a really interesting game, this. They've done a few battles this week, but I'm none the wiser as to who's going to win this after 4 legs. It might come down to Barrie Bates having the throw, potentially. It's a very unusual action that Barrie has. If you look at the dart, just before he propels it through the air, the dart is almost vertical, pointing to the ceiling when he delivers it. And I don't know many other players that do that. Darryl's completely the opposite. The flight is vertical, whereas Barry's point is pointing towards the sky. They both get a very similar angle of attack when it hits the board. It just goes to show that every dart throw is like a fingerprint. It all has its own idiosyncrasies and little challenges as well.
40.
And no throw will stay the same from start to finish in a career. Everything will change microscopically.
140.
Good scoring leg here from Barrie, leaving 180 after 9. Cheeky Sofa Bears got in touch again on Twitter, just saying a hello. Tuned in every day this week, I believe. So thank you for your company. It's really great to have you along.
100.
And we have TW who's got in touch from Ireland. Nice to see the Irish represented in the fans. He's wanting to know more about the logistics of this tournament. I'm not going to bore you with that. You should be focusing on Barrie trying to hit 80 shot here. And he falls short on the tops with a 20 in his way once again, just like earlier. This could be a decent setup and is the ideal setup. If you're not going to hit the 148, that's exactly what you want to do. Barrie has a shot at double 5 and
No score.
performs the cardinal sin of having a dart in hand that he can't use to win the leg. And Fitton, who is 2-1 up on Barrie Bates this week in the head-to-head, is looking to be 3-2 up in this match if he can find the 2 o'clock position. And that lovely glance off the flight. That dart may have missed the double 4 if the previous one wasn't in its position. But the thing is about this game, you've got to use the dart as a guide when it's there. And that's exactly what Darryl has just done to take the lead. Rhys Robinson's got in touch. Great dart player from Humberside. And he said he's got a decent beard. Well, you're not wrong there, Rhys.
140.
But if you want to get into the same mould as Scott Waits, you've got to up your game. Fabulous dart player, I will say that. Very good to watch. But as far as the beard game is concerned, Rhys, you might have to get the old fertiliser on it. Next game after this will be Diogo Portela and Jamie Caven.
5.
But will it be after our first 4-3 of the day? We haven't had a game go to the wire.
99.
It's all been 4-2s apart from the first game of action, which was 4-1. Fitton needs 2 big trebles to get to a finish now, and he's not going to get there.
58.
Oh, this is good from Barrie. He's not getting frustrated with anything today, which is really good to see. This is a difficult position for Darryl. He might go to the 51 here.
30.
Treble 17 would have left on 170. And as a result of 2 slack darts in that last visit, he may pay the price with Barrie finding a 2 treble visit of his own. How many times has he done this week? Just delivered 2 darts and then the third one slips into the 1. I think that has probably happened about 4 or 5 times. 14 for the bull. He's got the single. And he shaves the bull wire to take us all the way for the very first time today. This is Darryl's first chance to win this match. Treble 18 or double 19. And he chose the inner ring option. And if Barrie was to miss this 25, you fear the worst. Double 8.
Yeah, give me 2.
And we are going all the way for the very first time today. It was a little bit too close to double 16 for his liking. But he's going to waddle back to the back of the room and hope that he can get the job done in leg 7 to double his tally for the day to compound Darryl Fitton's misery. I was just talking about John O'Shea getting in touch, calling me a newsreader. If I was a newsreader, I would talk about positive stuff.
99.
I know that everybody has had too many doses of bad news in the last 12 months. Darts as a sport has stood up and shown that it is adaptable. The MODUS Live League last year at one point was the only sport that was live in the world. It was that groundbreaking. As a result, darts being played online has thrived. And the Live League, like everything else, has evolved from people's offices, kitchens, practice rooms, to what we have here.
100.
COVID-regulated environment where players can play safely and for your entertainment purposes. This is a very important visit for Darryl.
140.
It is a very good one as well, as he opens up a 1 dart lead over Barrie. Decent ton, and he gets to a finish first. This is a very, very tight match. The averages are very similar. They're in the low 80s. But it's been a decent contest.
100.
And Fitton gets himself to something doable. Does he get the chance? Oh, well, Barrie, if you want that 5 points to count, be careful. I think that might drop on the floor no matter where he throws the dart.
84.
Well, that 5 points has made a huge difference to his position. Bullseye for Fitton to win it. Oh, and how has he missed that? Oh, so well thrown. Just didn't nestle under the barrel. And the 5 points that was dangling in the board got Barrie into a position where he gets 2 darts at a double. And ultimately, he squanders that chance. Always keeps you guessing this game. It's never dull. And 88 for Fitton to get his first points of the day. He does finally find a nice, clean, crisp checkout. It's only 25, but it is 2 points. And it robs Barrie Bates the chance of staying undefeated. So today's league is incredibly tight indeed. Diogo Portela and Jamie Caven will come up next. So stick around. welcome back to game number 7 of today's action. We have 15 matches in total for you. And we're approaching the halfway point. Only one player so far today has failed to register a victory. That is Fallon Sherrock. She will come back to the hockey in game number 8 and take on Darryl Fitton, who has just got his first win. But it's all about trying to keep pace with Adrian Gray, who is undefeated after 2. And he will take on Barrie Bates in his next game. But first, it's the Brazilian against Jamie Caven, who's had differing fortunes today. First, it was a 4-2 win against Darryl Fitton, and then a 4-2 defeat to Adrian Gray. So his leg difference is all square. Based on the statistics today so far and the general performance level, maybe Jamie would hold himself as a slight favourite here.
137.
I distinctly remember a game that Diogo played in last year's MODUS Live League,
60.
where he did something that you don't see very often. He hit 2 170s in one match,
125.
and it was against Martin Adams. If my memory serves me right, one of those 170 checkouts was to win the match. It was rather astonishing.
134.
We saw a lot of good standard of darts in last year's league. And we've seen some good stuff already this year. But nobody has been able to touch that performance of Jason Askew on Saturday night, which was 118.4,
57.
which is the new MODUS Live League record, which was previously held by Boris Koltsov of Russia, who is now a tour card holder. And the Live League was a good springboard for players in 2020, the likes of Richie Edhouse, Dave Evans,
94.
and indeed Koltsov. 152 is possible. And that is the dart that Jamie's got to throw quite hard, because the natural angle of his dart is almost level and to the right. So to nestle it underneath is quite a difficult thing for him to do. Does Portela go for double-double? Well, he's got one of them. Oh, and the other one
56.
is like a Roberto Baggio penalty. Jamie Caven looks at double 12 and finds the bottom corner, a bit like a Ronaldo penalty. That one hits the back of the net, whereas the other shot from Diogo went sailing over the bar, and it results in a 1-0 lead for Jabba in this best-of-7 match. I can't promise you that that will be the last football joke I tell. I may have to make fun of my own team at some point. Scrapping for survival in the Premier League. Jamie Caven, of course, is a Leicester City fan. He's not a Leicester City fan, he's a Liverpool fan. I don't know why I said Leicester there, because he's from Leicester.
42.
He's a Liverpool fan. And I know that Jamie was particularly pleased when Liverpool won the Premier League.
60.
But I think there was a small part of him that was quite proud when Leicester City won that Premier League title a few years ago, seeing as he is from that city. A city that is very famous for a few things.
125.
Famous for Gary Lineker, of course. Famous for a famous king being buried there and only found a few hundred years later. And famous for a couple of very good snooker players. One that's still with us in Mark Selby. And unfortunately, the other one in Willie Thorne, who is no longer with us, which is a big miss. We lost him last year. Fabulous character who was very well known to a lot of people in the darting community.
46.
We have another viewer at home who is a very good dart player, and that is Callan Ridds, tuning in from Bedlington, Northumberland.
89.
And that is a nice use of the bullseye there from Diogo. We've already seen a piece of tactical brilliance from him earlier on the 180 that he left in the last leg of the match
59.
against Fallon Sherrock, and using the double 14 as a setup shot. Well, if he gets the double 14 here, fair play. He might leave tops.
99.
He might still leave tops. Is Jamie going to leave a double? You can see what he's trying to do there, trying to sneak it to the left of that dart.
Oh, 69.
Options from 46. Of them, there are plenty. Double 16. And that flight is in the way.
Oh, 22.
And that was an overcompensation from Diogo to leave double 12. And Caven is in like a second baseman trying to pinch and steal. It's a single. Just double checking before he delivers dart 2. It's the right thing to do. Double 16. Oh, and he's found the wrong double.
81.
I can't believe how many times you see that these days. I get the feeling it happens more than it used to.
Tracking 1.
Double 12 is good for Diogo Portela, and he equalises at 1 leg all. So it's England 1, Brazil 1. This is darts, not football, so it's the first of 4. I have heard that Diogo is quite handy with a football. And doing some promo work with Sky Sports ahead of a World Cup campaign. I think they gave him a football and told him to do some keepy-ups. I think he was quite decent from memory.
60.
$67.
We've had a tweet from the Money to Burn podcast. I don't know what podcast that is, but it sounds interesting. They're loving the coverage while working from home, so thanks for getting in touch.
96.
And apparently it's their first birthday today, so many congratulations, 12 months on. Anybody who chooses to get in touch today, providing it is positive, I'll give you a shout out. As long as you're enjoying the coverage of the MODUS Live League and all of our competitors today, we hope you can join us for tonight's session as well, which I'm sure will be fascinating. 10 matches tonight from 9:30 PM, and we will start with Colin Monk against Chaz Barstow. Now, if you haven't seen Chaz Barstow play yet,
58.
you might want to make your cup of tea before he starts, because he's not slow. He is very exciting to watch.
140.
That's a brilliant 140, and there's just a sense of positivity about Jamie Caven today. It takes a bit of getting used to calling your own scores. And I think he's in the mode now of
41.
being able to do it. And he's 105 away from the lead. After leading post leg 1, he's looking to do damage on the bottom left of the board. 48 remain. Goes to tops.
65.
And I should know that he was going to go for tops because he's been so good on it. Especially when he's got a single 20 in there to start with. He's been the king of the 60 checkout this week. Can he just hit the tops?
2 dots.
Silly question, as he finds tops and rediscovers the lead at 2 legs to 1. You get the feeling that Jamie Caven has got a bit of a bounce in his step in the middle portion of this game. Can he continue and get the 2 points in this best of 7 match? Richie Burnett and Joe Davis, who will take part in tonight's group, having a morning off.
100.
It'll be fascinating to see how they perform late at night as opposed to earlier in the morning. There's a difference of 12 hours in the start time of the session.
55.
So a slightly different dynamic for Joe and Richie. And Richie has been excellent this week on the whole.
135.
It looks like Caven has made the decision to not aim as much when in the scoring element of his game. He's almost trying to continue his throw without any stopping motion.
134.
Usually what he does is he stops there, aims and throws. But that's a bit more continuous, that second dart, without stopping. Just trying to be a bit more natural after having a few struggles with the line of the shot this week. That action of Portela hasn't changed a great deal
96.
in the last couple of years, but for me it has improved. I think his forearm line as he delivers the dart has become a lot more stable. He has the tendency to lay the dart off towards his right ear before he throws it.
6.
And I just get the feeling if he can eliminate a little bit more of that, he may become a bit more consistent. See, the backlift goes towards the right collarbone. It's quite a deep backlift. If I was coaching Diogo, I'd try and shorten that just a little bit, just so he's got a bit more stability. You see how Jamie, when the dart comes back towards his eye, it doesn't go backwards too much.
101.
He's in a good position to be 3-1 up if this very tricky checkout doesn't go. And somewhat curiously went for treble 19 first.
59.
It hasn't worked out. And it's now a battle on the 72 checkout to see who wins leg 4. And Caven has hit double 12 twice in this match and he gets a 3-1 lead. He's looking too strong. If you look at his average, it is 6 better than that of Diogo Portela. So the scoreline doesn't lie and neither does the average. One out of 3 on the doubles for Jamie. He's had 6 attempts.
60.
7 attempts, that is, sorry. And 3 hits, which makes for a very good percentage. If you look at a PDC Pro Tour season, the person at the top of the doubles percentage is usually around 45%. Jamie's not too far away from that.
57.
But over the course of an entire campaign, if you can maintain that, you will be very much challenging for daily titles and possibly the weekly one as well.
81.
There's just a lot of exercising going on in the background and you just wonder if Jamie is nursing a bit of an injury
140.
or maybe something has happened this week after throwing more darts than usual because he hasn't been in competitive action for a while.
100.
You wouldn't be surprised if maybe there's a bit of soreness in a tendon or a ligament or maybe one of the muscles in your right arm. If you think there's no fitness in darts, you are wrong. If you play multiple matches in a day and haven't put in the right preparations, you will feel sore the next day.
45.
Sensible use of the 19s first there from Diogo. Nobody wants to be lumbered on 199. But if you are, get the 9 off the end at the start, if you possibly can. And that is a huge amount of pressure that has been applied to the Portela throw here. And Caven is going to get a chance to finish the game.
60.
3 very well thrown darts there from Diogo with very little in the way of fortune. But double 15 for Jamie. Just checking that it's in the treble. It is. 2 match darts and a little stretch of the right arm before he throws. And he does not need any more. The doubling statistics in that game from Jamie Caven were absolutely brilliant. He got 4 hits from 8 shots. So 50% on the doubles was the telling factor. He was better in the average as well. But ultimately the 4-1 win gets him 2 more points. We're going into the middle game of the day now. And it is going to be Fallon Sherrock against Darryl Fitton. 2 former England teammates going toe to toe. Welcome back, and it's now Fallon Sherrock playing her 3rd match of the day, 3rd of 5, and her next attempt to get her first 2 points of this campaign in Group B. The Dazzler, who found his way to a win in his last match against Barrie Bates, will now try to double down and join Jamie Caven and Adrian Gray on 4 points. And if he doesn't, that will put 4 players on 2 points in a very tight Group B schedule today. Just to answer a few questions on social media, Lawrence Dowding has got in touch, loving the coverage and asking if we can put the league tables up at the end of every game. Well, they are available via social media means, but I have already communicated that to our production crew, and we will try and endeavour to get that as part of our coverage in the future, if it is possible. So thanks for your question, Lawrence. And John Purcell's got in touch saying, why don't you have Diogo calling the scores as a referee? Because the way he says 180 is really good. Well, we don't actually have a referee for this league for COVID reasons. The only players allowed in the playing room are the players. So all of the other stuff is done via a different room, just to keep everybody safe. But I agree with you. I think the way that Diogo calls the scores is very good.
60.
And Calvin Brookshaw's got in touch saying that Portela should have gone for the 131 checkout the way that Chaz Barstow does,
100.
which is treble treble 17, 2 double tops. I couldn't agree with you more, Calvin. I remember that shot. It was rather spectacular, and hopefully we'll see more of that tonight from Chaz Barstow.
40.
The man from Winchester in Hampshire will have a fair old crack at winning today's title in Group C and potentially a place in Saturday's final via tonight and tomorrow night. Be a fascinating couple of nights with those players. And this could be a fascinating game too. A mere 32 years between them in age. And that is one of the beautiful things about this game. Age is but a number.
60.
And 60 is but a number. That does not get Fallon to a finish. We have seen a 164 today from Fallon at the start of her game with Diogo Portela.
44.
Immense pressure applied to the Shanghai finish of Darryl, which is now firmly in his sights. He's going to choose the right hand side of the double top,
100.
and that would have been his best finish of the day. But his double statistics today are not brilliant. Double 16 for Fallon is there, and she takes a 20 dart hold of throw into leg 2. Now if she's going to keep losing, she is very quickly going to go out of the race for getting through this group. Remember, you've got to get in the top 2 after today and tomorrow. So Robert Thornton is already there. There will be 2 players qualify from this group tomorrow after 2 days of play.
140.
And then after tonight and tomorrow, Group C will have 2 players qualify also for Saturday night's final.
48.
If you're planning your viewing for tonight, you might be interested in watching the footy as England take on San Marino. And as soon as that match finishes
61.
in England's favour, which I'm sure it will, it'll be a shock if it doesn't, you can tune in to more MODUS Live League via the Online Darts YouTube page or your favoured bookmaker site from 9:30 PM British time. But this is the middle match of the day, match number 8.
100.
And we are none the wiser as to who is going to be the top dog today. Maybe it's Adrian Gray, because he's only played 2 games and he's won them both. He will play Barrie Bates next, and it could be a very telling contest, because if Adrian Gray remains unbeaten and gets his tail up a little bit, he might be too strong for this field. Don't discount Fallon Sherrock though, because she can still amass 6 points from here if she wins against Fitton, if she wins against Adrian Gray, and against Jamie Caven. Darryl
39.
was annoyed that he left 159, but he's left 120 for the second leg in a row. Well, Fallon has missed on dart 3 and has put herself into a bit of a tricky position there, as Darryl repeats the act on 120. This time he's got a bigger bed to aim at, and it's a very different result. Now, I have learned very recently that dart he delivered in the 20, I thought it was a blocker, but now people who get that upright angle, they think it's a really good guide, and he's used it particularly well there to get himself to 1-1. The person who taught me that was Luke Humphreys. He was educating me about people who have long stems and big flights.
81.
Just because the dart is under the target with an upright angle doesn't mean that it can't be helped by that dart already in the board. And Darryl has just proven that theory to be right.
55.
It's a setup that hasn't changed since she came to worldwide prominence at Alexandra Palace. And ladies' darts has taken more prominence as a result of both Fallon and a lot of other players. Don't forget about the
61.
Lisa Ashton runs on the PDC Pro Tour, where she was the first lady to get through Q School. But don't forget about Suzuki, who is, of course, still the Women's World Champion.
27.
But at the weekend in Japan, Mikuru Suzuki played in a live event, which was a mix of female and male players, and she won the whole thing, beating Seigo Asara in the final, a very, very dangerous Japanese player. So ladies' darts, very, very prominent at the minute all around the world.
40.
As it should be. It's never, until recent times, been given the opportunities that it deserves. This is maybe the strongest portion of ladies' darts we've seen since the turn of the century, when the world's actually changed and brought in a women's event.
100.
It was, of course, the women's series last year, which was a qualifying weekend for Alexandra Palace, where Fallon agonisingly missed out on returning to the Palace by a mere 2 legs
28.
in her quest. She was beaten by Ashton and by Dieter Hedman. But imagine playing for it was 3 days in the end. One was a Grand Slam qualifier and 2 days for the World Championship qualification. Imagine missing out by 2 legs. Well, there's 2 points. There's 40 more. And there's another 40. Earlier in the match and earlier in his campaign today, he couldn't buy a double. And then he's just hit 2 in a row to get that 82 rid of. Darryl Fitton has finally found his range on the outer ring. Sherrock sensing a little bit of deja vu here. Getting the first leg of the contest and then tasting defeat in the next 2, which is exactly what happened against Diogo.
85.
When she was playing Diogo, at this point she answered with a very good leg. Can she do it again?
140.
I'm getting some very odd questions on social media, it has to be said. Someone's asked me what my thoughts are on Selena Gomez. I have no idea. But John Belton's got back in touch asking about the scoreboard. It is via an electronic tablet, which is on the wall to the left of the board. So that's what they're looking at when they need to know what they've got left, John.
48.
The days of the whiteboard and the washable marker pen seem to be gone. It's all electronic means these days.
95.
As Fallon Sherrock leaves the maximum checkout, which we have seen this week from Jo Davis. She's already seen a 170 against her by Andy Jenkins last week, when Andy took out 350 in 6 darts. Is she going to do this? She might. Oh, very, very close to getting 265 in 6. She has responded very, very well since losing the last 2 legs. think that was either a bounce out or the dart slipped out of Darryl's hand. Couldn't quite tell, but that's a central single 9.
Oh no.
Oh, and that one has slipped out of Fallon's hand. She goes back to 25 and will fortunately get another crack at it because Darryl is not on a finish. There's nothing worse as a dart player, and I can attest to it, that when you throw it, you just know as soon as it leaves your hand that it's not good. That one is very good though, and we have a level match after 4 legs. She has turned things around after having that dart slip out of her hand. She gets a perfect 25 checkout, and we go into leg 5 all square. Fallon Sherrock, who is from Milton Keynes in Buckinghamshire. It seems like a lot of world sport is based in Milton Keynes.
43.
And has been for the last 12 months. Qualifying school at Milton Keynes, of course, for the PDC. PDC events there, snooker. I hear it's going to play host to the world's strongest man as well. So is Milton Keynes becoming the epicenter of world sport?
93.
Well, Darryl's from Stockport, which of course is part of Greater Manchester. And
45.
it's a fine town that has produced some quite extraordinary dart players, the likes of himself, Tony O'Shea,
99.
Nathan Aspinall. All great players in my view. Don't forget about the other players from the northwest of England that have come to prominence over the years, playing for Lancashire and for Cheshire. The likes of Dave Chisnell, Stuart Kellett.
59.
Don't forget about Brian Derbyshire, an old teammate of Darryl Fitton's. Absolutely sublime dart player. Dave Routledge, there's another name for you. Another great player.
140.
I always used to marvel at the knowledge of Peter Alice when he was talking at the Open Championship on the BBC network, and all of the people he knew from different golf clubs around the world. Whenever you meet people on the way up, you should remember them and what they have done for you and for other people. And I like to think of myself in that way. I like to give people a mention now and again because they're all part of the journey. And the journey to a 3-2 lead will need a miss from Fitton first, but that is a great third dart to set up double 18. However, double 8 for Fitton to steal this with a ton plus checkout, and he's had real problems trying to find that double 8. Every time he misses it, he seems to hit the wire. Fallon's hit the wire this time. Twice. And that second dart really was in the way. It flattened out and covered half the bed. And the groan from Sherrock offers Fitton the chance to break the throw and rediscover the lead at 3-2.
Shock, nothing.
I think Darryl is getting a little bit annoyed with double 8. Double 4, back to the top right corner.
Oh.
And that one came out well wrong.
Nice score.
You can see it landed so upright in the board that maybe the grip wasn't right. Bit of a nervy shot maybe. And Darryl, I was just about to say it, could do with maybe hitting the single 8 to go to a different target. But by hook or by crook, he has got himself a 3-2 lead, and Sherrock is firmly in a defensive position here as she needs the final 2 legs to get some points. I've just had a very, very good question on Twitter from TW in Ireland, saying, why do the PDC continue to write the score
59.
and require 3 referees and scorers on the stage? Well, that's a very good question, because these days with a lot of technology like big screens and touch screen technology, it is possible that someone could do that backstage. But I, for one, not knowing why they continue to go with referees to the side and have a choker as well, of course, for each player. I like that. I like the fact that there are more people on stage. I like the comfort factor of knowing there's a referee there. I like the handwritten sheets, but I'm old school.
87.
Kind of eating my pride by saying that as a 41-year-old person now. Not a kid anymore, but I personally like the handwritten touch.
Oh, God.
As a pen collector, maybe that's what it's got to do with. But I like to see that the likes of Charlie Gardner and Andrew Davies and Scott Gibbling up on the stage doing the marking with the referees like Russ Bray, George Noble, Paul Hinks and Kirk Bevins. They all do an immense job. There's nothing like the human touch.
59.
The stage has got a bit more soul when you've got the markers up there and the referee. Fallon has started to struggle a little bit with her grip
100.
in the last couple of legs, and that's why she is ultimately behind 3 legs to 2 here. She may be losing the match 4-2 because she's not going to leave a finish, and Fitton has 6 from here. Doesn't have to go 20s, and gets the 54, and double 18 would have closed it out. Wow. That was one of those moments where if you were hitting a driver off the tee, as soon as you hit it, it was a snap hook and you would have signalled left and said 4.
Or going somewhere. No, 60.
She doesn't get to a finish and didn't utilise the 19 and 25 route to get there.
In one.
But fortunately for Darryl, he finds double 16 and it's a 4-2 victory for him. He's now on 4 points and Sherrock stays on 0. She has 2 matches left to try and amass some points today, but it's going to be very, very difficult for her. As we go into match number 9, which is Barrie Bates against Adrian Gray, and they've already got points today. Welcome back, and it is time to get into game 9 for today's session. Barrie Bates has amassed 2 points from 2 games so far, a narrow defeat to Darryl Fitton 3 games ago, as Adrian Gray comes back to the hockey now for the first time since game 5, and will finish up his campaign with 3 games in the next 6. Adrian will throw first in this encounter. And he is, I think in a lot of people's eyes, the favourite to win today's title. Hasn't lost a game yet, and that will fill him full of confidence. A 4-1 victory over Diogo Portela, and then a 4-2 win against Jamie Caven,
60.
who has since won 4-1 against Portela himself. So the opportunity presents itself for Adrian to potentially be the league leader after this first day of Group B.
140.
And knowing Adrian as well as I do, I think he's pretty easy to read. I can tell when he's a little bit downhearted, but when he's got his tail up, that's what he looks like right there, focused
140.
and relaxed at the same time. He is playing very well today. We have not had one 4-0 scoreline today so far. But Adrian Gray, in the early exchanges here, is looking mean and ominous. Double 16 for a 12 darter.
Yeah, sharp.
And he looks very accurate too. He is, without doubt for me, the best player of the day so far. So I'm going to stick my neck on the line and say I think he might be the man to beat. And if he wins this match and gets to 6 points, he will make sure that Fallon Sherrock, the only lady player in the league so far, can no longer win today's title. I'm getting some very interesting questions via Twitter today, and I'm sure there are a lot of people who have been watching darts for years tuning in, and we love that. But we're also getting some new fans starting to watch as well, and they're asking questions that some of the regulars might already know. But this is a good question from Diffeth Young. I hope I said that right. Presumably from Wales, yeah. Why do dart players always exit the hockey the same side as the referee? Well, that's got to do with the cameras. The way the cameras are set up for an event like this, or on television, the cameras are to the left of the player when they're throwing at the board. So in order to make sure that the cameras are not obscured when they're walking, they always go to the right-hand side, which is the referee's side. So I hope that answered your question. Barrie Bates has answered the question of can he stay in the match in leg 2. That's a very, very good leg so far. The ideal score from 220, of course, is a maximum.
60.
He's not able to get any trebles at all. And Barrie will get 2 darts for the leg. He stands back and looks at double 16 for a second time. And now hopes that Adrian Gray does not take out a finish that he's already hit this week. Good news, Barrie. He's not going to do it.
41.
And that should signal the end of this leg.
Yeah,
And it does. The Welshman who graced the World Cup final 11 years ago does equalise in leg 2 to stop the momentum of a very dangerous looking Adrian Gray in this one. First to 4. Adrian's played in a lot of different atmospheres in his career. This will be another notch on his belt as to what atmospheres he has played in. He's played at Alexandra Palace, of course, and he did so against myself.
20.
But when we went to the Far East together, he showed me a completely different atmosphere for a darts venue when we went to Hong Kong. The room was dark, it was full of lights, it was full of sounds. It was like nothing I'd ever seen before at a darts venue. It was a real education.
60.
And it educated me as to how different darts is on the other side of the world. And that's the beautiful thing about this game. You think that it would be played exactly the same in Australia, in New Zealand, in Japan, in Europe, in North America. When you travel to different parts of the world, like Barrie has done, like Adrian has done, you start to understand the little differences playing from country to country. Now, myself, Adrian and Barrie have travelled to Canada before to the same tournament in London, Ontario. Only about a 45-minute flight from Detroit. And that was where we played in a very large hotel conference area where if we did not play with the air conditioning on, every single dart player and person in that room would have melted because it was about 42 degrees outside and we all had to adapt to the fact that the air conditioning was on. You don't usually have that problem in the UK.
98.
To continue the trend of holes of throw, Adrian is now looking at 2 darts at double 16.
Yeah.
And he only needs the 1 for a 17 darter. And he's still looking like the stronger player, but he looks like he's pacing himself. If he gets a mistake on Barry's throw, he might be in to pounce. It is up to Barrie to make sure that that does not happen. I mentioned London, Ontario and Canada, a place where we visited 3 years in a row for the London Players' Championship and the Canadian Open Players' Championship. That was one tournament I was very sad to see the back of when it was taken off the calendar. And I know for sure that Barrie and his very close friend Wes Newton were very sad to see it go as well. That town had everything we needed to have not just a brilliant tournament, but a bit of fun as well. If you've never been to that college town in Ontario, I would highly recommend it. It's a beautiful place.
40.
I've probably got more stories about that town than I can tell you on the air, but you never know. I might share 1 or 2 over the course of the next few days. You'll have to keep tuning in if you want to hear them. I will be in the hot seat for the rest of this week. And then next week, you'll have the pleasure of Chris Mason's company from Monday to Saturday as he returns to the arena. Adrian is taking advantage of a minor slip from Barrie. And he's looking to leave double 16 again. That's such a professional thing to do. Didn't even think about the 1-6-1 out. It was all about the setup. And Gray again looking to take the lead at the top of the table and stretch his lead by points and leg difference. But the first job is double 16.
In 1.
Just looking very, very good today. He's not looking troubled. He's not looking worried. He looks very calm and composed. And he is definitely the favourite to win this game now. We've had Mrs. Darts in touch on Twitter talking about the music in between games. Saying, can you change the music? Well, I'm not in charge of that, but I know that the people who are listening in. But here's a trick. I'm sure what you're listening on or watching on has a mute button. I think that's the best advice I can give you, I'm afraid.
60.
You can, of course, watch the darts. You don't have to listen to me. You can watch it in silence. That's the beautiful thing about technology. You've got choices.
135.
Good response here from Barrie. Scores of 140 and 135.
100.
And 3 scores of a ton from Adrian Gray. And Barry's not going to go quietly.
137.
He's playing well today at times. And when he gets it right, he gets it very right. I'm sure Adrian was thinking, I can win this game 4-1. Get the same result as I got against Diogo in the first match of the day. But that possibility is starting to shrink. Double 5.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a lovely shot. It's a 12 darter from Barrie Bates. And he's going to have to do some more of that if he wants to get 2 points out of this game. And he's just told Adrian Gray, if I'm going to go, I'm not going to go quietly. But it's still 3-2 to the Conqueror. Does that break of throw signal the start of a comeback?
100.
When you watch as much darts as I do, and you assess how someone has performed all week long, we have seen Barrie Bates
60.
play some of his worst darts on Monday, but gradually, as the week has progressed, he has got a little bit better day by day. He got 4 points yesterday, which was his best of the week. He had better performances on Tuesday with some big outshots. And Monday, I think he'd rather just forget about it. But his ability to do that has enabled him to progress this week. And he is definitely more of a threat now than he was 2 or 3 days ago.
60.
He's averaging around 86 in this match. But Adrian is 10 better than that. And the most impressive statistic from this match so far is that Adrian has not missed a double. When he leaves double 16, he hits double 16.
60.
So if he gets to the double, you reckon it's match gone.
140.
Anything but right now, as Barrie Bates finds himself to a finish first. We might be going to the wire for only the second time today. The only other game that did that was Bates against Fitton. And that went the way of Darryl.
100.
If Adrian Gray was to lose this match, he would be seething. 89 left for Barrie. Now it's only 32. And Adrian Gray is starting to grin at the back of the room. And I get the feeling that Barrie is thinking, did I get that right? Did I really get 104 there? Yo, yes I did. I did get 104. Yeah, it's 3-3. 9 in the average. 96 for Gray, 87 for Barrie Bates, but he has scrapped unbelievably well the last 2 legs and is asking a very big question of the league leader. Can he possibly find a sub 15 dart leg
96.
to pressure Barrie into hitting a 12? This is the beauty of best of 7 legs. At no point are you safe. And all of a sudden we're starting to see Adrian Gray with a little bit more, not petulance, that's the wrong word, but more of an anxious nature about this match position.
She's got a score 81, 41,
41, my score, yeah.
100 for me, buddy.
And just clarifying their last scores before we progress to make sure that they know where they stand. Adrian on 400. And Bates 95 ahead of that. So he has taken the darts. And all of a sudden, Barrie Bates is now favourite for this match. And if we look at his leg difference of +1 so far,
60.
if he wins this match, he will join Adrian Gray on 4 points. And also Fitton and Caven. And then there will be 4 players on 4 points. And there'll be just a matter of a small amount of legs between them
100.
going into the final portion of play today. It's going to be a mathematical nightmare potentially if Barrie Bates wins this match to see what the run-in's going to be like.
59.
But we wouldn't have it any other way. You want it to be as close as possible. Adrian doesn't. He wants to win 5 matches, get 10 points and say thank you very much. But it has just not gone his way in the scoring element in this last leg. He has been brought to the brink because of Barrie Bates playing well.
100.
And he's the one who gets the first crack to win it. Just a reminder that Adrian's average has been better than Barry's the whole match. He was 3-1 up. And he hasn't missed a double.
Come on, man.
But Barrie Bates somehow can win this game
44.
purely because he has been better in the last 3 legs. Double 16. And he has missed his chance. Adrian has not scored well in this last leg. Can he finally find something that is brilliant to finish it off? Not quite. That treble 20 bed has not been getting a hammering. And Adrian's going to feel wounded if the double 8 goes, which it does. 3-1 up, but loses 4 legs to 3. And Barrie Bates gets one back in a 7-leg thriller after losing to Fitton 4-3 earlier. But that one dents the confidence of Adrian Gray, as we have 4 players now on 4 points after 9 matches. Welcome back to game number 10 of today's 15. It is now game number 4 for Fallon Sherrock. She has 2 left to try and salvage some points from today's campaign. The first chance is against Jamie, and then she will play the penultimate game of the session against Adrian Gray, who has just tasted defeat for the first time of today's campaign in losing 4-3 to Barrie Bates. It's a very tightly packed table. I can't say enough about it because you have 4 players on 4 points, 2 wins from 3, and it's Gray at the top of the table with 4 points and +4. Then it's Caven on 4 points and +3. Then it's Barrie Bates on 4 points and +2. Then it's Fitton on 4 points and +1. So you graduate from 1st place to 4th place, and it's all by the matter of 1 leg each.
98.
We're about to have the next 6 matches
32.
that will tell us a very tight tale, I believe. Not one player is dominating. I'm sure if you've had a little wager on who tops the table today, you may be on the edge of your seat. Well, if that is the case, that's what sport's all about. But I hope you are gambling responsibly. Please do not do so if it stops being fun. And of course, it is 18 plus, begambleaware.org. Jamie with the attempt on the 1-4-3, and it has to be said, in this first leg of the contest, he's been throwing extremely quickly. Maybe that's a sign of something that he was doing earlier. He was having a bit of discomfort by the looks of it, but he hasn't had any discomfort on tops today because every time he's up there, he seems to hit it. So here's the message, Jamie. Just keep leaving tops because you are 1-0 up. Even with experience, you have to adapt, and you can see that he's in some sort of discomfort. I always say, beware the wounded dart player. And injuries within this sport have become a bit of a talking point over the last few seasons. We've seen the likes of Kim Huybrechts and Jelle Klaassen in the Premier League struggle with tendinitis in elbows and wrists and shoulders. I myself am waiting for surgery on a shoulder and elbow. But it's never good to see a dart player struggling with injury. He is still leading this match though.
98.
It feels like Jamie's had a lot of adversity in his career. It's now 8 years since his last ranking event win. And he won 2 in a weekend. First final on the Saturday in Wigan was against myself, and then on the Sunday it was against Klaassen. That was back in 2013.
99.
And Jamie's flinging these arrows quickly to make sure that the arm is not jarring by the looks of it. Double 18 for Sherrock to level at 1 leg all. Just misses out. She will try and leave double 18 as much as she can because that is her favourite double.
85.
It's the double that helped her break the glass ceiling, to coin the phrase of Rod Studd. And that one goes in at a bit of an angle. Maybe wasn't released properly. This would be a heck of a steal, but the single is missed.
84.
The tops is left. So Fallon, don't miss double 16. Wow, that was unfortunate. That got the wire.
Oh, God.
Increasingly frustrated, you can see. from Fallon, who had an open bed there, but had the blocker. Wasn't able to find the open portion. And Jamie is unable to find 3 different doubles. This time, Fallon gets the extra chance and does find double 16 to level things up at 1-1. It's not a classic affair so far, so maybe things will warm up as we go into the middle portion of this match. Talking about injuries in darts, I can say from my own perspective that sometimes they can hit you at the worst moment.
85.
I remember playing in a Players' Championship. It may even be to the day. I don't remember exactly.
81.
But it was an event that I won in March of 2011. Where I was playing Gary Anderson in the semi-finals. And I reached down to pick a flight off the floor that had been displaced from my stem in the middle of the match. And I just felt something in my right rib area. And it was very uncomfortable. So I just stretched it out and forgot about it. I ended up winning the tournament, making the final the next day. So it was a very, very good weekend for me. But I went to the doctors on the Monday about the rib and he said, "You've got a broken rib." So little did I know, I won and made a final of 2 Players' Championships in a weekend with a broken rib. And I know I've got a lot of wrestling followers on my Twitter and they're about to start typing something Kurt Angle-esque. Let me have it.
78.
Tight like so far. 4 visits each. Sherrock with a slender 25-point advantage.
36.
But watching Jamie in this sort of discomfort is a bit worrying because he's not only got this match left, but
99.
he's got one against Barrie Bates as well. And tomorrow's play and potentially Saturday night as well.
44.
84 separates Sherrock from the lead. And the bullseye is for a break of throw.
25.
Fine try. In the words of Chris Murphy, finds the green but doesn't find the hole. And Jamie doesn't find the second treble 18 that he required. Double 8 for a 2-1 lead. And get it quickly, Fallon. Get it quickly. If it's retrieved properly and it's hitting the double 8, it does count. And she does retrieve it properly. So it is 2-1 to Fallon Sherrock. And she knows about taking a lead today. Now it's all about whether she can finish the job. I've had a tweet from 5Hero1 on social media.
90.
That's his handle. That's not his real name. Saying they've often wondered
125.
if the throw line is 7'9¼ from the face of the board, why isn't the oche slightly curved for when the players have to move over? Well, it's from the floor where the board is to where they stand. That's 7'9¼ It's not from the board to the floor. That's a very different measurement. So from the point of the skirting board under the board to where they stand is 7'9¼ But to answer your question, the oche has always been straight. If you go left or right, you will be throwing from a longer distance. That's just the way it is.
45.
It's almost the same principle as a tennis court. If you serve from a little bit further to the left, on the left-hand court, you're going to be serving from a further distance.
140.
Good serving there from Fallon Sherrock to get to the finish first, and all of a sudden she's becoming the favourite for this game. Jamie trying to get the 25 to leave 167, but fails to do so. 18 for the bull, but didn't need to go this route. But she wants to go for it anyway. I'll tell you what, if that bullseye went in, that would have been some dart. It was once coined as the Annie Oakley dart by Sid Waddell, the great Sid Waddell.
95.
For a 3-1 advantage, it is double 16.
In two.
And all of a sudden, Fallon Sherrock is starting to get it right. And a 3-1 lead here really does throw the cat amongst the pigeons when it comes to today's table. Jamie Caven in a very good position to strike, but it looks like Fallon Sherrock is going to be doing the striking here. Another question from Twitter, from Diogo, asking if I can explain what's happened to Barrie Bates. He looks like he's in a lot of discomfort. Well, Barry's had a lot of injuries in his life.
96.
He's had arthritis in his hand and some other places. And Barry's just Barry. He just gets on with things. Yes, he probably is in a bit of discomfort, but he sacrifices all of that kind of thing to play the game he loves.
85.
We've all done that at some point. We've all had injuries and little bits of pain here and there, and ultimately you just want to play. There comes a time, though, where you have to stop and get things right for the future, and maybe that time will come. But for now, these players,
43.
whether comfortable or not, are battling for points. Where does Sherrock go here? Oh, that's really unlucky. She's fortunate to be on a finish, but that was 100% bounce out on the wire.
81.
There will be some way to finish the match. And it's possible. Very possible. Oh, the line was so spot on, but underpitched it by an inch. And Jamie's looking to continue this match. Surely 10 for tops. It's going to be 18 though, for double 16.
32 there.
And a match-saving dart has come and gone as Sherrock decides to leave double 16. And she gets another bounce out. And she didn't need it in the end, that second dart, because she's got her first win of the day. She was almost on double 1 on 47 after almost hitting the treble 15. But she gets the 15 and the double 16, and it's a 4-1 victory for her first 2 points of the day. Going into match 11, it's Barrie Bates who takes on Diogo Portela next. Final third of the action will commence here with Brazil versus Wales. And Fallon Sherrock has just got her campaign off to a start in her 4th match of 5. And she did so with 42% on doubles, 3 from 7. And Jamie Caven is now on 4 points with 1 match to go. Level on points with Barrie Bates, with Adrian Gray and Darryl Fitton. So today's daily title is way up in the air. Jamie Caven has gone from 2nd position on the table to 4th with that defeat because of the leg difference change. To join the party, Diogo Portela will have to find a victory here. He has 2 games to go. First, it's against Barrie Bates here. And then he will close out today's play against Darryl Fitton, which could be telling for the table depending on what people do next.
43.
I've had a few more questions. One from Compo about Fallon lurching forward on her throw. Well, sometimes that happens when you're trying to rescue a throw.
134.
If you think it's not been released early enough, your body can lurch forward. I think that's what was happening with Fallon in that match, but ultimately it worked. I've had Nicholas Carter in touch, saying he's loving the darts and he's from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Oh, that makes me smile, because I'm a Steelers fan and a Penguins fan. So,
100.
hello to you, Nicholas, in Pittsburgh. Steel Town strong.
100.
Well, Diogo will have felt a lot better after getting his first win of the day.
140.
And in this leg, he has started very buoyantly.
140.
He lost his last match against Jamie Caven by 4 legs to 1. But at times, he has looked pretty good. On this occasion, he misses the small 17. I'm sure he was going for the treble to leave double 8. But he's going to get a look at a possible 13 dart start against the darts here in match 10.
Checking
And
one.
that is a beautiful 13 darter from Diogo Portela. And if he remains in this sort of sharpness, there may be nothing that Barrie Bates can do about the Brazilian's performance. A very, very good start for him.
$96.
Diogo is the kind of player that likes to work really, really hard on technique.
100.
He's what I like to call an intrinsic player. Someone who focuses on how the dart is delivered a lot, as opposed to his goals constantly being about things that are external, like
104.
tournament wins, performances. He's someone who likes to grade himself on how he feels and how his technique is.
100.
As to what kind of player Barrie is, I think he's just Barrie. He has never changed since the first day I met him. He is still
43.
exactly the same. I think if Barrie Bates changed and became above his station, I think people would tell him and he would immediately change back. He likes being down to earth. He likes being likeable. He has had the odd disagreement with a dart player over the years, I've heard. But I'm not at liberty to tell that story.
44.
Put it this way, after hearing that story, I'm never going to disagree with him. I think he's made of tougher stuff than me. Started with a 13 darter and Diogo Portela is looking to increase his lead with a 15.
42.
I'll tell you one thing, that was not a badly thrown dart either. It just didn't fall at the last potential centimetre and grasp that second leg. But he has another chance to get it.
Checking 1.
Really good performance here from Diogo. Started with a 13 and then this is 16, so 29 darts for 2 legs. That is over the 100 average, and this so far is the finest performance and the tidiest performance we've seen. Around about this time yesterday we saw Joe Davis have his best performance of the week, and he averaged 104. And I know for a fact that Diogo has this capability of maintaining a 100 average. He's done it in the MODUS League before. I remember a day where he won the daily title, I believe. I may be wrong. But I'm sure he won his last 3 matches on one day. And it was one of the hottest spells I've ever seen Diogo have.
60.
Oh, that's unfortunate. There have been a few bounce outs today and collisions. It didn't stop Fallon Sherrock from winning her previous match, but that stopped Barrie Bates from getting some extra points.
44.
When you look at why someone like Diogo didn't get through Q school,
45.
you can't really look any further than the average of around 80. You do need to average more than that if you want to get through to the elite. And he's averaging much more than 80 in this match.
100.
He's finding that treble 20 with great regularity.
99.
Didn't come through stage 1 at Q school. Diogo only won 2 matches in 3 days, which is immensely disappointing, I'm sure, for him. Especially after the confidence boost he got by winning a game at the World Championship,
52.
which brought him to floods of tears. Just many years of effort and pressure coming out, I think that was. Well, look at that. That is really unfortunate. And you can't finish 105 in 2 darts.
45.
He's done a very intelligent thing there, though, in using the 25. Because he's coming back for a 2-darter if Barrie Bates misses tops. And he only has by the finest of margins. The 25 left the 2-darter, which is a single for a double. If you got a 20, he would have had to hit the 25 to get this shot.
Checking.
It's really good. I have to say that is probably in the top 3 double hits today, because that single that he hit was right in his path. He used the guide for the tops on the one he missed before, and it is 3-0 to Diogo. I get many a comment about my accent when I travel around the world of darts. And someone said to me recently that I say Portela's first name better than anybody if I was to embellish my own northeast twang. Well, I'm not going to say it in the vein of the voice of Big Brother. He's just Diogo. Doing Diogo things.
180.
And there's that melodic 180 that everybody's been talking about on Twitter this morning. If you think he was the first person to do that, you'd be wrong. The first person to do it was Martin Adams. He started to put a bit of fun into the scoring. And Diogo followed suit.
40.
This is good from Barrie. Can't leave a finish.
180.
But it doesn't matter, and he says 180 in a very different way. Just says it no nonsense, no singing. But being Welsh, I'm sure he could sing it well.
140.
This performance from Portela has been very, very good.
58.
And Barrie Bates is getting that sinking feeling of possibly being the first player today to lose 4-0. And he will,
38.
potentially, if he misses this 104. Diogo's already converted a 60 checkout. And Barrie, who has been defeated 4-0 a few times this week, he only won one leg against Richie Burnett in the first 3 days, is looking at being gubbed by Portela.
40.
And 2 match darts have gone.
Yep. Game in 1.
He just says, yep, in the style of Freddie Williams. And there is another name dropped by me, because Freddie Williams, what a referee he was. He used to say, yes, that's game shot. And a 4th leg to Barrie Bates. And it is 3-1 to Portela going into leg 5. See, everybody's got to be different, you see. Whether you're a player, referee, official, you've got to have your own little hook. And referees don't get enough credit for what they do. They are superstars in their own right. The likes of Russ Bray, George Noble, Kirk Bevins, Paul Hinks, and don't forget the guys and the girls from yesteryear.
59.
Bruce Spendley, one of the greatest referees of all time, currently in retirement up in the northeast of England near Hartlepool. I remember the first time he called a game for me, I was absolutely quaking in my loafers.
100.
Such a thrill to have a professional referee call a game for me. And I never had the pleasure of Freddie Williams calling a game, but I did get to meet him once, and that was a genuine thrill.
$58.
Is Portela now starting to look over his shoulder in the same way that Adrian Gray did against Barrie Bates?
60.
Gray was 3-1 up. Bates won 4-3. His average has come down from around 103 after a couple of legs towards 86. And make no mistake, Barrie Bates will fancy this from here.
100.
All he's looking to do is repeat what he did against Adrian, but if he wins from 3-0 down, he will be top of the table.
$55.
Single 10, double 16,
60.
and misses double 8. Diogo Portela comes back for 145 to finish the job. It's a tough ask, but not an impossible ask. Double top for a 145.
105.
Some try. He gets his first match dart. And Barrie is playing with fire.
Yeah.
But he's also playing with double 8. And he is no longer out of this one. He may have dodged a bullet on that 145 checkout, but if previous games tell us a story, then that is that Barrie Bates will grind to the very end. He's 3-2 down, but not out of it.
57.
Gary Leroy Adams has got in touch on Twitter and saying, when you're playing darts again, can you come out with your Pittsburgh Steelers jersey? Well, I'll tell you a short story about my history with Steelers jerseys. Whenever I put them on, the Steelers lose, so I don't wear them anymore.
50.
I got a TJ Watt jersey at the back end of last year, and the first time I wore it, we lost, so it's remained in the drawer. A lot of my things that I have in life are black and yellow. It's my favourite colour combination because of my love for the Steelers and the Penguins.
57.
I don't think I'm going to be doing a lot of celebrating in the next NFL season, though. The Pittsburgh Steelers defence has been decimated by the
140.
free agency window. And the lead of Portela is being decimated by Barrie Bates, who is trying to be the comeback king today, trying to better his Houdini act
100.
against Adrian Gray. If I was Diogo, I'd feel a little bit quivery right now. It's decent. It gets him to 2-dart range. And Portela needs to find something of size here. Earlier in the match, his range on the treble 20 was excellent. But that is what has let him down in the last few legs as Barrie goes for double 12.
60.
Missed a 145 in the last leg on tops. He's not going to hit the 149 either. You can see what's going on here. Barrie Bates is scoring better at this stage of the match.
100.
Double 12. Again he wires it.
Yep.
And he finds double 6. He's on the comeback trail again. It was 3-1 to 4-3 against Gray. Now it's 3-0, 3-3, and we're looking to possibly see another Houdini act from Barrie Bates. Will he pull it off? Diogo's got every right to scratch his bonnet. It was all going so well. But this is the thing about darts. You have to physically get yourself over the line. There is no autopilot in this game. You have to keep throwing to get the chance to win the match. No one's going to do it for you. Just because you played brilliantly in the first 3 legs doesn't mean you're going to play brilliantly for the next 4.
85.
You can be within 40 points of a victory, like he was a few legs ago. And then constantly he's had to revisit
58.
the starting block of 501. That's why this is such a mental game. You have to stay within your own positive zone, and
60.
Portela is really, really struggling to find the scores.
No, 60.
He's been given the window here of the win, but he's not been able to find the ladder. But that is better.
140.
For the first leg in a while, he is first to the finish. Got to go 20s here.
44.
And Diogo's been given 6 from here. So maybe he can breathe a little bit. 18s has to be the shot.
100.
Well, that's what you call mega aggressive. And it has paid off. I would have gone 18s, because if you get the single, you leave 100. You'd much rather have that than 98. But that aggressive 60 that he hit with dart 15 in this leg has given him a better 2-darter after getting that treble. Double top, to finish this match 4-3.
38.
And match darts number 2 and 3 are missed. And where do you go with dart 3 here? 102 left.
Oh, buddy. 44.
Well, he is left on 98. And didn't want to be left there. Diogo wants to be left on nothing. Double 10. And match darts have been missed. 6 in total now. Double 19. First match dart for Barrie. And he finds a second match dart. He has done the almost impossible. 3-1 down to 4-3 against a previous opponent. This time 3-0 down and wins 4-3. And he's top of the table all of a sudden. What a crazy day we're having here. What a crazy day we're having here at the MODUS Live League. And as I gather my breath going into the final 4 matches of today's session, we now have a new league leader in the form of Barrie Bates, who was at the bottom of the Group A table at the end of yesterday, but with other players faltering, he has found himself 3 wins from 4 and could be only 1 win away from topping today's table. He plays Jamie Caven next, and he has not lost to Jamie Caven all week. So, here's everything coming up wheels today. It is entirely up to these two to see whether they can keep pace, because Adrian Gray, who let it slip against Barrie, it has to be said, he was 3-1 up and lost 4-3. Start with a maximum here, that's great to see from Darryl. A win from either player here, who are, because they're both on 4 points, will equalise
97.
the points total of Barrie. Adrian Gray's leg difference is currently better than Barrie's, so any win will take him back to the top of the table. Darryl Fitton is on +1. So if he wants to go to the top of the table, he will have to win by more than 4 legs to 2.
$100.
If he does win 4-2, he will also go back to the top of the table, but on the head-to-head record with Barrie over the course of the day, because the one defeat that Barrie had inflicted on him was from the Dazzler by 4 legs to 3, and that comes into play if the leg difference is the same. That number of 98 keeps coming up, and it came up for Adrian Gray earlier after 9 darts. Adrian took it out. Is Darryl going to do the same? It's a very good single 20 from Darryl there. I was just about to say that he shouldn't forget that the small 20 is available if he wants to hit it.
100.
I'll be fascinated to see how Adrian comes out here, because he will have been shell-shocked with what happened against Barrie. And this is a great start from Darryl Fitton, it has to be said. A 13 darter from him, and he has had problems earlier in the day on the outer ring, especially in the double 8 region, but not here. You know what they say, if you've got the option of going to a different double, give it a try.
$140.
These two both very proud Englishmen from different parts of the country.
85.
Northwest of the country for Stockport's Darryl Fitton, and the southeast coast for Adrian Gray.
$60.
I always felt a bit sorry for Adrian when he was on tour, because he used to have to travel to places like Wigan and Barnsley, which were in the north of the country, well, towards the north of the country. And he'd have to travel probably as far as most other dart players, maybe with the exception of someone like Simon Stevenson, who used to travel from Plymouth in the southwest. But you can't take this man away from where he lives. He's very proud of where he is from. It's a lovely place. A bit like trying to take Darryl away from the northwest. That's not going to happen.
81.
Adrian was, of course, on the tour the last couple of years. Had a little bit of success. Made a semi-final in a Players' Championship about 18 months ago, and everything seemed to be going okay, but it just didn't seem to happen for him in 2020 when things changed.
44.
This game is changing though, for the better. Double 16
2.
is found for a 14 darter, and the winning legs so far in this match of 13 and 14 tell a very good story. We have 3 more matches after this, but we need to find out who can join Barrie Bates on 6 points first. You look at who Adrian Gray played at Q School in the final stage, of course, because as a tour card holder coming away from the tour, he was
41.
given a shot straight at the finals. He was put up against some pretty stiff opposition. He actually only won 1 game at Q School, which is kind of frightening when you think about it. But he was given a tough match on day 1 against Jose Marquez of Portugal. Then he lost to Dave Pallett on day 2, both in the first round. Then in round 1 again on day 3, where he lost to Robert Rickwood. But then he was... The only win he got was against Chaz Barstow. And we all know that Chaz Barstow is a player. He ended up losing to Goldfinger, Andrew Gilding. So it was a particularly brutal Q school for Adrian. And it'll be fascinating to see what he does with his game in 2021 and beyond. Because he does like to have options. He's got a lot going on in his life when it comes to different areas of the game. He's got his own carpet fitting business as well. He does have a family at home to support. He's very similar in the way he lives his life, like Steve Brown, the chairman of the Junior Darts Corporation. He's never got enough on. He's always looking for another project.
56.
And I believe he was the first dart player ever to release a calendar. He's looking to release himself from the third leg. And doesn't need 13 bull, but he may still go 13s. Single 18, he won't go for the bullseye here. It's not his style. And it's a good setup after 15 darts. Darryl, unable to convert the leg in 15, means that Adrian is favourite to get the first break of throw in this game. Very similar to his last match. He's averaging around 96. Looking particularly comfortable. And somehow is not able to negotiate that double 16 with 3 darts. He keeps staring at it. And I think I would have done the same. Can't believe it didn't just sneak in the corner. He's got the Dazzler on his tail now. If he misses once more. And if he's missing it left. He goes the other side. And double 8 is punched. So 2-1 to Adrian Gray, but not without a little bit of a wobble at the end of the leg. But that is now forgotten as he gets a break of throw and throws first in leg number 4. Question from Elliot Gregory on Twitter. Something that I've been asked probably more than anything else in my career. Are you English or Australian? I'm really confused. Well, you're not the only one. I am English born. I was born in Newcastle upon Tyne. So technically, because of the way it works, I am a Geordie. You have to be born on the banks of the Tyne to be a Geordie. And I was back in 1979.
82.
But after moving to Australia and living there for a while, I then represented Australia as a dart player. So I hope that clarifies that for you. So technically I'm English, but I represented Australia at darts. And if you think that that is somewhat treacherous, there are lots of sports people who have played for different countries.
32.
I think one of the most famous ones is a cricketer called Kepler Wessels, who not only played for Australia and South Africa, but captained them both. I think Paul Lim has played for 3 different countries in darts. I think he's played for Hong Kong, the United States, and Singapore. It's just part and parcel of the world that we live in these days. And the thing about the Aussies as well, as far as dart players is concerned, Simon Whitlock's got a British passport. Most of the Australian dart players have got British passports. because of the way it actually works with immigration and history. Famous Australian dart player Steve Duke Sr., fabulous guy he is. I had the pleasure of playing Super League with him every Thursday down at the Dandenong Club in Victoria. Good friends with him and his son Steve Duke Jr. But Steve Duke Sr. was from the northwest of England, very similar to Darryl. Fair to say that I am incredibly jealous of the lifestyle that those Duke boys have got down there. Their Instagram feeds really do give me a smile or two.
83.
But Adrian Gray is the one that's smiling here. He has the better score, the better position, and the better leg count. And he has a treble. And another. No laying up here. As he misses double 15 for the big kill. I've seen a few near misses today on those big outs. And it's a miss on the 60 here for Darryl. I've seen a missed 170 by Fallon Sherrock. And a 164 hit from Barrie Bates. From Fallon Sherrock. And that is a perfect double 15. You get the feeling with the way his darts sit in the board, double 15 can be a friend. And it has been this time. Can he convert to the win from 3-1 this time? The last time he was in this position, he lost. So it's all about staying aggressive and getting the right result from here, which would take him back to the top of the table with a game left to play against Fallon Sherrock, his former Team UK Soft Tip World Cup teammate. Tweet from Brad Bayliss. Who are you most looking forward to seeing play tonight? That's a great question. I didn't know a great deal about Chaz Barstow until about 10 days ago. But now I know a little bit more. But I have to be honest, I am really looking forward to watching Colin Monk. I have had the pleasure of Colin's company at a few PDC events at the earlier part of my career. And I've had the pleasure of playing him on 2 occasions and never losing a leg. But considering his experience and considering the way he plays, I'm just really looking forward to watching Colin play tonight.
96.
So there's your answer, Brad. Thanks for tuning in today and thanks for your question. The question right now for Adrian is, can I get this match won without any drama?
97.
Great last dart. Just takes the pressure off a little bit, but it's still advantage Fitton on the throw. Food for thought for Darryl, who only comes up with a small number, and all of a sudden Adrian is in a position to win this 4-1 if he can find something sizable. That treble 19 bet has been a friend. So 77 leaves 181. So 17 bet or 20 bet.
97.
That'll do. I thought he might have gone to the 17s because the flat trajectory of his dart would have covered the 60. Darryl doesn't have a get-out clause on the 25 to leave a finish, and as a result, he's given 80 Gray 6 darts from here. Does he go to the 25 or does he go for the inner ring?
99.
There's your answer. 62 remain when he comes back. And he's looking to finish things off in either 17 or 18 darts. In what's been a decent display. Another single 15. For double 16, his first match dart.
30.
And it misses on the left-hand side. Oh, big miss. 18s were the target. Even a single 18 would have left 16 bull.
2.
But this is Dream Street for Adrian to try and get the damage back from what happened against Barrie Bates. To go to the top of the table, he needs double 8. And that's what he has done. He's had a little bit more breathing space to get the job done there from 3-1 up. But he gets a positive 3 extra legs in his leg difference. Will that make the difference when it comes to totting up the numbers by the end of the day? You'll have to stay with us to find out. But game number 13, Barrie Bates and Jamie Caven will finish their campaign in the next match. Welcome back to game number 13, and I suppose the biggest thing we have to ask about this match is, can Jamie Caven beat Barrie Bates? Because this week, Barrie has had Jabba's number. 3 games, 1 each day on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and 3 wins for Batesy. And with that in mind, if he gets a 4th, he will be the first person to finish on 8 points for today. He's no longer at the top of the table. Adrian Gray has overtaken him on leg difference, and there is a difference of 4 legs between the two of them. So if he wants to finish at the summit today, he's going to have to win this match, you feel. Because you can't envisage Adrian Gray losing 4-0 to Fallon Sherrock the way he performed in his last match. And Barrie has started with a purpose here. Maybe he's got a bit more confidence about him, and maybe he's confident because of his record against Jamie this week.
40.
$180, $140 to start tells
45.
a bit of a tale, and in 6 darts, Jamie is behind by an absolute country mile.
45.
Get the feeling that Jamie is still experiencing a little bit of discomfort in his right arm, which is something that occurred either earlier today or possibly before today. And he's trying to deliver the darts faster purely because it's easier than having a set position before he throws. Sometimes when a frozen shoulder does start to set in, the last thing you want to do is stop. And against Fallon Sherrock,
26.
Jamie really did struggle when Fallon got her first win of the day by 4 legs to 1.
Oh, 77.
Bit of a Robin Hood there for Jamie. Barrie looking to finish leg 1 on double 16. That's such a perfect first dart. And he was very unfortunate not to get the double 16 with both darts kissing the wire.
58.
Again, it's double 16.
Yeah, give me one.
And again, Barrie Bates takes the lead against Jamie Caven. He looks fairly strong at the start of this one. Let's stay with it and go into leg 2 to see whether he can maintain his perfect record against Jamie this week. If Barrie can get to 8 points, he will firmly put the pressure on Adrian Gray. He may have to beat Fallon Sherrock in the last match that he plays today by a certain margin. And in group stage play, like it is with the MODUS Live League, the last thing you want to be doing is thinking about, I've got to win by this much.
No, 40.
You want to just think, I want to win. That's it. Simplify. But it may be the case that Adrian
59.
will think, I've got to win 4-1, I've got to win 4-2. It's up to Barrie to put that pressure on Adrian at the top of the table. And he's playing decent darts here again. He's got a very, very fortunate 18 there to leave 167. He was looking for the 25.
100.
And he's got 6 darts from here as well. If Barrie does get the win here, Jamie Caven will be sick of the sight of Barrie. He'll have robbed him of 8 points this week in 2 different particular groups.
96.
74. Oh, you done it.
93 left for Barrie,
Yes, correct, Barrie, yeah.
Yeah.
and he has options. 25 possibly, or he can go treble 19. 18 for Bull now. Guaranteed the single. Oh, I tell you what, that would not have been far away from the bullseye if that dart wasn't in the way. As a result, he's found himself on 47. Jamie's on 82 with 2 darts left.
Tops left.
And the debate rolls on about what you do with 82 and 2 darts. A lot of people think it should be the 42. Barrie Bates needs double 8 to double his lead.
Yeah, give me 3.
And he is doing it again to Jamie Caven. He's 2-0 up. And if he can do that again and win 4-0, there will be maximum pressure on Adrian Gray as to what he has to do against Fallon Sherrock in game number 14. That is next, of course, Adrian and Fallon. And we will finish our day with Diogo against Darryl. Bates wins this match. And, of course, Caven can't win today's table because he would have been defeated in this one and would finish the day on 4 points. Fitton would no longer be able to win today's table because he can only get to 6. So it's looking like a 2-horse race.
47.
100.
It was Barrie who was looking decidedly uncomfortable on Monday. Since then, he has worked exceptionally hard on his game. And if he was to find the summit today, it would be a brilliant result for him. Really good for his confidence. And things have turned around for Jamie. He started as the better player on Monday. And things have not gone well since. And again it's double 8. And again it's a leg win for Barrie Bates. 3-0 up now. And things are looking very, very rosy for the man from the Valleys. And you just get the feeling that Jamie Caven and his race may be run today. So let's look at the possibilities with the leg difference with Barrie. A win in this leg, he would have +7. Just going to make sure I get this right. He is currently on +3. A win here will be +7.
100.
Adrian Gray, because of his previous win in the last match against Darryl Fitton by 4 legs to 1, he has got to +7. So,
36.
if Barrie Bates wins this leg, all Adrian Gray has to do to top the table is beat Fallon Sherrock. Doesn't matter about the
40.
leg difference. If he wins 4-3, he will win the day by 1 leg.
140.
Jamie is trying to make sure that he gets at least 1 leg on the board, because we have had 0 in the way of 4-0 wins today. Everything has gone either 4-1, 4-2 or 4-3.
65.
And that is in direct contrast to what has happened the last 3 days. We've had quite a few 4-0s, I will say it. And most of them were delivered by Richie Burnett.
58.
By my count, I think it was 7 4-0s he's inflicted on other opponents. And Barrie Bates looking to inflict a 160.
81.
Oh, bad last start though. Makes things ever so more awkward.
44.
Jamie has really struggled. You can tell with the way he's bringing his right arm out to the side. Is Barrie Bates going to put him out of his misery on double 7? This would be some way to get 79.
7. And 8.
It's 14, bud.
14 there, Barrie.
Oh, I can't work it out.
Yeah, it's not often you find yourself on double 7 on a 79 checkout. I don't blame him for double and triple checking. The last thing you want to do is get it wrong. Well, double top is something that Jamie has not got wrong today. He's been very good at it, but I think that dart might have hurt.
56.
That one is almost like a painkiller, because he ensures that we still don't get a 4-0 today. And fair play to you, Jamie. If you are in discomfort, you're still scrapping, and I like to see that. A lesser player might think, just put me out my misery. But that is the fighter in Jamie Caven that I know. He's willing to put himself through more pain for the chance of a win.
100.
I had a message from Edward Lang on Twitter asking if it's hard to adjust between steel and soft tip darts. Well, some players it's a lot harder than others. With Adrian, it's easy because his darts land the very same way in the steel tip board as it do in the soft tip board, and he uses exactly the same barrel.
59.
Some people's darts in soft tip are lighter than that of their steel tip version, and they just have to adjust to that. Look at someone like Paul Lim, someone like Boris Kruchma of Croatia, Adrian Gray. These are great steel tip players and great soft tip players too. So the adjustments can be made. A lot of the Japanese players, they tend to fluctuate between soft tip and steel tip on a weekly basis.
7786.
Barry's in the better position here. If he can halve his score or better.
60.
Can't do so. And Jamie's still in this match. We've seen someone come from 3-0 down to win today. And that was Barrie Bates against Diogo.
$97.
Can he finish with a flourish? That's a great first dart and a great second dart for a match dart, and misses at double 10 to finish the job at 4 legs to 1. Caven has been warned, and he's not going to get a shot at the bullseye. It's careered into the small one. And Barrie has a little bit of a smile on his face. Is the end of this game nigh?
Yep.
Yes, it is. Barrie Bates finishes the day, but he now has to rely on Fallon Sherrock beating Adrian Gray if he wants to finish at the summit. Let's take a short break and we'll be back with that game in a matter of moments. Match number 14 of today's schedule, and it is the last game of the day for Fallon Sherrock and Adrian Gray. Two former teammates for Team UK in the Soft Tip World Cup, of which they have played 2 tournaments together. They will now go head to head, and it will stipulate who wins today's table. It's very, very simple and easy for me to explain. It's got nothing to do with leg difference or the amount of legs that Adrian needs to win. If he beats Fallon, he wins the table today, and he has the most advantageous position going into Group B's Day 2 tomorrow. If he loses to Fallon Sherrock, he will finish the day in 2nd place, and Barrie Bates will finish top.
180.
Well, I think Adrian Gray's in the mood. He's been starting very, very well. And the only reason he hasn't got 8 points already is because of Barrie Bates. He was 3-1 up and lost 4-3. He let that game slip. And Adrian doesn't look in a particularly charitable mood. He really wants to finish today at the top of the table.
60.
Ultimately, he's going to have the same points as Barrie Bates if he wins this match. But it's the fact that he'd be number 1. Just gives you that extra percentage of confidence.
139.
As for Fallon, if she can somehow win this match, then she would have the same points as Caven and Fitton, and potentially Diogo Portela, going into tomorrow's session. Well, double 3? That was not part of the plan. The 17 was supposed to be hit and then go for tops after that, but that treble leaves him on something very small.
100.
It's still a double. It's still the same colour as tops, just in a different position. Double 3 for leg 1.
In 1.
And no problem whatsoever. Adrian Gray, not for the first time today, starts with a 13 darter, and his quest for the top spot in the league has started well. It's been a difficult day for Fallon. She started with a good performance against Barrie Bates in losing 4 legs to 2. Things got a bit disjointed after that. She has had the biggest finish of the day of a 164, which was one of the highlights of the entire session.
137.
But her only win came against Jamie Caven in match number 10 by 4 legs to 1. So she currently sits on 2 points and a leg difference of -3. As it stands, she's in 5th position in the table out of 6 players. Diogo Portela is currently at the bottom with -5 in leg difference and 2 points. But that could change over this match and the next.
85.
I've had Richard Hyam get in touch on social media, saying he's playing in the Disability World Cup of Darts in Glasgow in September. And
94.
fair play to you, Richard. Good luck. I hope you do well. And good luck to everybody playing in that tournament as well. If you didn't know about disability darts, why don't you have a bit of a read about it? Go to the Winmar website. There's a lot of information about it on that website. And of course, we're grateful to our sponsors, Red Dragon,
100.
at the MODUS Live League. Red Dragon, darts that deliver. Andrew Driscoll's also been in touch, saying that the change in Barrie Bates this week has been night and day. I agree.
40.
A very scratchy start, but he's ending the week much better. Does he fancy the bull? Nah.
Oh, 80.
Well, maybe he's thinking he should have. Maybe he was questioning it, just like I was, but previously in the day, he hasn't even thought about the bullseye.
137.
Single 17. Perfectly done. Double 16.
In 2.
And that is also perfectly done. And he is averaging right on the 100 mark after that 17 darter. So 17 and 13 make 30. 2 legs of darts. 100.2. And that's my darts brain just working that out without looking at my tablet. When you watch as much darts as I do, and some other analysts do, you can work out averages in your head. It's almost like the Matrix. You know what 30 darts is for 2 legs. You know what
119.
40 darts is for 3 legs and that kind of thing. It's what we'd call a bit of a misspent youth. Spent most of it in front of a dartboard after you've done your homework when you get back from school. And what I will say is that the use of a dartboard as a mathematic learning tool can't be underestimated, as Fallon Sherrock gets a really unfortunate collision there. I went back to my high school for a visit a few years ago. I was invited back there by assistant head Ian Heron, who was actually one of my friends at school.
100.
And we utilised the dartboard as a way to engage with some of the kids that really struggled with maths. And they all took it on board. And it was a fabulous way to engage with the kids. So if you want to get your kids involved in mathematics a bit more, get them a dartboard and get them a set of soft-tip darts. And
98.
I promise you, their 3 times table, their 2 times table, and their subtraction skills will improve.
Oh, 43.
You can hear the disappointment in Fallon there as she leaves a bogey number and sees that Adrian is not on a bogey number. Again, he negates the option of going for the treble 18 in bull and decides to leave double 12.
God.
He's not going to maintain the 100 average because he's already thrown in 5 visits.
41.
But he can maintain a very good level of performance here as Adrian knocks on the door of potentially winning today's title.
Oh, he's terrible.
Not able to do so because that first dart was too close. He couldn't find the open portion. 60 for tops.
105.
Excellent approach. And 80 has 2 sixes to be 3-0 up and 1 leg away from today's top of the table.
In 1.
Oh, right in the middle of the pea soup. Right in the green. And he is playing very tidily, averaging around 93. When he lost that match to Barrie Bates earlier, Adrian Gray, somewhat in a comedy fashion, we can look back at it now, had a doubles percentage of 100%.
81.
He was 3-1 up. Hadn't missed a double. And didn't get another shot. So as to why he didn't win that match,
60.
it's about the scoring. It wasn't about the doubles. This is a great visit from Fallon.
180.
Really well delivered. And a somewhat defiant maximum there from the Queen of the Palace, who draws level in that statistic with Adrian. 1 maximum apiece in this match.
60.
We still have the possibility of no whitewash scorelines today. If Fallon wins this leg, we will go down to the last match of the day between Diogo Portela and Darryl Fitton to see whether we can get any matches to 0.
100.
Within 83, but Fallon Sherrock definitely on throw here, the favourite for the leg. She has much to ponder before tomorrow's play.
4.
And if she doesn't get to 4 points from here, you fancy it will be too much for her to get to the top 2, potentially.
16.
Which is what you need to do in Group B and Group C to get into Saturday's final. That's a great first dart. That's a great second dart. And only just misses the tops for another big kill. What does Adrian want to do here? It's going to stay on the 20s
100.
and leave 121 if Fallon misses double 10.
Into.
But she doesn't, and we still haven't had a bagel today. We are past lunchtime. We're actually into the middle of the afternoon, but no bagels here unless we get one in the last match. Let's continue this one to see if Adrian Gray can get the job done. It's been a pleasure to have your company today, whether you've tuned in via your favourite bookmaker site or via the Online Darts YouTube channel, which will both cover tonight's action, which starts at 9:30 British time. And our first match of the evening will be Colin Monk and Chaz Barstow.
96.
Then we'll have Paul Hogan against Richie Burnett. And then Joe Davis is thrown into the mix. Only 10 matches tonight.
100.
And we will play until around 12:30, just past midnight. So a little bit of late night darting entertainment for you after the England game or international match of your choice.
43.
If you are a sports fanatic, you might try and find some other action. You might be a hockey fan. You might be watching the NHL tonight.
56.
Just make sure you're tuning into the MODUS Live League as well. With your smartphone, your tablet, your laptop, your smart TV, or any other device you may own. That's a great dart.
100.
And he's tunning down to try and set up a match-winning opportunity. He did well to beat Darryl Fitton after that shock defeat
56.
to Barrie Bates. And he has the position to win this one 4-1 as well. Prime for a 140, but over-pitched. Sometimes with the way that Adrian's darts go in, he's better off under-pitching that dart and letting the flight glide it into the 60. You overshoot it, it's got no chance. I think Adrian senses the frustration of Fallon today. He's looking at the 54, which he doesn't get for the second time in a row. Leaves him 68. That leaves him double 4 for the match if Fallon fails on the 132. She'll look at the bull. Will she look at the bull with dart 3? Yes. She's done this in the live league before. Oh. Talk about hard lines and the story of her day. The amount of darts she's had on the floor via collisions is frightening. Not because of bounce outs, just collisions with her previous dart. Adrian Gray has matched darts at double 4 and he gets the job done. He overtakes Barrie Bates at the top of the table and he is your main man. He will lead going into tomorrow's day 2 of Group B. But Fallon Sherrock has to settle for 2 points for today. But let's wrap things up in game number 15 with Diogo Portela and Darryl Fitton. welcome back to our final game of today's early session. The 15th and final game sees Diogo, Portela and Darryl Fitton do battle to see where they will finish in today's table and how they will be positioned ahead of tomorrow's final day in Group B. Darryl Fitton has 4 points from today's activity, and if he can find one more win against Diogo, he will be handily placed ahead of tomorrow's action to get himself in the top 2. The top 2 for today, that is certain. Adrian Gray, number 1. Barrie Bates, number 2. But as for the next spot, that's up for debate. Darryl Fitton wins this match, he will have 3rd place on his own and be the only person on 6 points after today's action. We currently have Caven on 4 points and -3, Fitton on 4 points and -2. So if Darryl Fitton loses this match, he will drop below Jamie Caven and potentially below Portela into 5th spot. But to drag himself into the race for the top 2, you get the feeling that Diogo needs a win here. He's not going to find the top 2 with only 2 points going into the final day. That's just not going to happen. You're going to need something like 16 points, possibly 14 from 2 days of action to get yourself into the qualifying spots for Saturday's final. And when you play your first day of action
40.
for a while, if you haven't put in the necessary preparations, this could come as a shock to you. It has to be said. I remember playing in the MODUS Live League about 12 months ago when it started. I think I played the very first match, if my memory serves me right. Played a few matches in preparation online against some friends.
58.
And I think I was pretty well prepared for it, but when you were playing day in, day out, it was tiring. It was really difficult. Energy sapping, especially when the weather started to get warmer. The good thing about playing here
60.
in a controlled environment is that the temperature can be regulated and it won't be as uncomfortable as, say, Jared Cole's conservatory. How Jared Cole managed to play in a conservatory at the height of summer, I have got absolutely no idea. I think Diogo, when he was living
100.
up in Preston, had a bit of discomfort as well when it was fairly warm. I know the likes of Dave Evans and Richie Edhouse, talking to those guys online, it was difficult to play.
59.
I think one day I will probably write a book about the amount of distractions that we had in that live league last year, whether it was
85.
building contractors, cats, dogs, children, postal workers, you name it, it happened.
128.
And that 128 has just happened to line up double 8 with Fitton on a bogey number. Ideal stuff for Diogo. Well, there you have it. 2 treble 20s. And he's got no shot to finish the leg.
129.
Double 8 for a 20 dart leg.
Eight scores.
Well, I would have put a good couple of pence on that second one being in. I cannot believe it missed. It must have been so close. Fitton goes to double 10. And has changed back to the Union Jack flights. And he wires double 10 twice. Wow. Somebody has put the goalkeeper in on the outer ring.
Checking 1.
Not on the green bit though. He matches the double with the flights. So he does dip himself into the green bit to take an early 1-0 lead in this best of 7 match with Darryl Fitton to close our day out. At this stage I would talk about the possible performance of the day. Well, that's a difficult one. I'd probably have to say Barrie Bates against Diogo because he was 3-0 down and he won 4-3. I don't think that has happened this week until that point.
140.
If I've got that wrong, then I'm prepared to say I was wrong. This is the 60th match I've commentated on this week. And I've thoroughly enjoyed myself. And I hope you guys have too. I really have enjoyed your company on social media as well as your viewing pleasure.
140.
And Diogo's starting to dip his bread in the ketchup a little bit more here because his 140 throwing has been very impressive so far.
97.
It's a bit of a tired game so far, but Diogo's the one who's finding enough quality
100.
just to make things easier for himself. He could have been very sticky with those shots for Darryl in leg 1. This is better from the big man.
107.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful leave. There's a big problem with that third dart though. If he doesn't get that treble, he doesn't leave a finish.
97.
He would leave 166. So it's a fabulous visit. As was that from Diogo. But this is a somewhat serendipitous opportunity at the 130.
97.
And he misses to win at leg 2. Portela on double 12 after 12.
18.
Big chance missed to stretch his lead to 2. Double 16 for Fitton.
In 3.
It's a lovely find from Darryl Fitton. It's not been his best game so far, but he has weathered the storm against Portela, who had a strong scoring leg there, and he's somehow managed to find his way to 1-1. Other notable performances today. Sherrock with that 164 out was the biggest out shot we've had, and she did miss the ball for a 170. But
100.
I'm very curious as to what will happen tomorrow, because like we've talked about previously this week, darts is on the day. Will Adrian or Barrie have another good day, and will they both find their way into Saturday night's finals? Or will someone create a spark and have a perfect day like Robert Thornton did have yesterday, and maybe punch their ticket into the finals with Robert?
100.
Richie Burnett and Joe Davis return tonight for 4 more matches in Group C.
47.
But there will probably be a lot of people eyeing out Chaz Barstow and Paul Hogan. Paul Hogan, dubbed the professional amateur. I'm sure there will be a lot of people thinking that he is very capable of getting through Group C with ease. Just a very, very good talent, and has been for the best part of 30 years.
29.
I wonder if he'll wear his West Brom shirt tonight. I believe he's a West Brom fan. He has a couple of dart shirts that are themed around his football club
96.
with his nickname Crocodile Dundee. So if you want to see that, you'll have to tune in later on at 9:30. We've had viewers today tweeting in from New York, from Australia, from San Diego, California as well. $17 for tops. For 2-1. Oh,
77.
when that left his hand, he probably thought it was in. It wasn't far off. It got a lot of the wire. But another inconsistent leg from Darryl. Just when he thinks he's getting it right, he seems to lose it again. That has been the tale of his week so far. Must be like batting his head against the wall. Double 10 for the Brazilian.
Checking 3.
And he finds an 18-dart hold of throw to take the lead at 2-1. He's 2 away now from getting 4 points for the day. And not out of the race for the top 2 for tomorrow yet. But he do get the feeling he does need this win. If he doesn't get the win, and it goes to Fitton, he might not need a perfect day tomorrow. Maybe just a close to perfect day. Portela gets to 4. He might still need the perfect day of 10 points.
85.
We just don't know what is going to happen. Maybe the key to finding out what's going on with Darryl's game is how much he is tinkered today. He started with an old set of darts, a shorter stem, and then he moved to what he'd been using all week. This barrel, this stem, and in this last game he has changed the flights,
93.
but not the stems and the barrels. So you get the feeling he might be searching for a bit of a combination that works. And that's something that Diogo has done over the last few seasons. As to whether he has found the right set for him, I suppose only time will tell. Well, Fitton surely will go 19s first on 293. If he goes upstairs, obviously the 140 will leave 153, but if you get the 133 downstairs in the 19 region, that leaves 160, which is an easier finish. That's what the modern crop of players are now thinking about. What can I leave? What is easier? And Diogo on 243 is only a dart behind here. He's not out of this leg by any stretch. He's got such a lovely rhythm when he's in it. He's quite a poised player. Very similar to Darryl. He has this moment right there where he just has the dart in his hand and he's still.
1-2-1.
There it is, right there. Still and throw. And that's what I'd be saying to myself if I was trying to practice my rhythm. I'd be saying that in my head. It's a rhythm technique. 17 for the ball now, surely, for Fitton. Oh, he's missed the 17. Well, someone on social media was talking to me about Chaz Barstow finishes earlier. This is a Chaz Barstow finish. He got the 57 and went 2 double 18s.
94.
I don't mind that lever 35. It may not matter. As Darryl switches to the other side of the board. And fails to find double 2 as well. And Diogo now has the choice of which double to leave. Is it double 16? Is it double 8 or something else? It's door number 1.
Checking 2.
Door number 1, 4-3-1. And this is bolstering Diogo's position. It may not be his most vintage of displays, but he is taking his opportunities. And he's only 1 away from finishing his day on 4 points. A win here for Diogo would also root Fallon Sherrock to the foot of the table. Fallon required a Darryl Fitton win for that not to happen. Still possible, of course. We can't automatically write Darryl off, especially when we've already seen someone win from 3-1 down today. And that was Barrie Bates against Adrian Gray. You have to get the job done. No one's going to do it for you. That is such a strong statement to young dart players. You could be playing, for instance, best of 31. You could be 8-0 up and think, I've got this job done. Well, how about you ask James Wade at the Grand Slam? There's no such thing as cruising over the finish line in darts. You have to win every leg.
100.
Bit of a tired first start there from Darryl. And when an arm starts to tire, the darts start to drop. Diogo looks a little bit fresher. Looking to leave the finish first.
60.
And fails to do so, but still has a very healthy advantage. A 4-1 win here would bring his leg difference back to -2, which he can work with tomorrow.
42.
It would also demote Darryl's leg difference to -5.
70.
And he would go above Darryl in the table. So the incentives are there. It's got the almost feel of a knockout game.
100.
Leaves the big fish, as it's called. But Diogo wants to get rid of the game right here.
54.
He'll be very disappointed not to leave double 16. He may get a shot at it anywhere. And this is to finish the job. He gets 2 darts at double 4. He's hit this previously in the match. And he has hit it again. 4 legs to 1 to Diogo. A little apology from him there. It wasn't a classic, but sometimes you've just got to get the job done. And Diogo is not out of the running for tomorrow yet. That brings to a close what we have brought you today with the Online Darts YouTube channel and, of course, via your favourite bookmaker site. Thank you for tuning in today for Group B. Group C will kick off tonight at 9:30 British time, so please join us for that via the usual means. We hope we'll get the pleasure of your company. I'll be here. Will you be here? Let's hope so. See you later. Bye.